Hi, guys. Welcome back. The King of New York is with you, Young Brando, live from New York. It's been an interesting day. Lots to talk about. Lots to talk about the World Cup, which is once again proving to be a heartbreak for the U.S. men's team, but I guess it's already an achievement for our little history of the sport to be in the second round, to have made it into the round of 16. It's not too embarrassing of a showing in the run-up to actually hosting the competition with Mexico and Canada, of course. Kind of looking forward to that, but it's 4 years away, so we'll have to see what happens between now and then. But I wanted this young team to get something out of this competition. A lot of interesting talent. Tim Weah, of course, I think had a good tournament. As you know, he is the son of the legendary Liberian striker and now the Liberian president, George Weah, who famously played for AC Milan, among other teams, and PSG before that. Of course, PSG wasn't really the powerhouse that it was when Weah was still playing for them, but that's another story altogether. Anyway, I'm still very happy. I think the Netherlands is usually very successful in tournaments where they are underrated, where they are not necessarily favored, where they are not really expected to win. So they have already made it to the quarterfinals. They're pretty steady. They're pretty solid. I think they have lots to show. So it's not necessarily embarrassing to have been defeated by the Netherlands, or by Holland, as they're sometimes called in this sort of setting. All right, I just had a pretty average day in New York, which makes me very happy that I can be back to New York after 7 years now. I have been on the East Coast for a little bit around 2018 as well, and made a couple of day trips to New York, but this is the first night I intentionally spent in New York for the longest time. So I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy with how it turned out. And I was so exhausted by all the moving, all the, schlepping things back and forth in Los Angeles, finding a new place between, mid-November to the end of the month, and then also having to make good on my commitments in December in New York. It was hell. I actually had to push the trip a whole day forward, and I guess it must be a post-COVID thing. United was actually quite chill about it. They made the change without any charge and with nary a complaint. So I was very happy with that. But I had a few last-minute things to take care of in Los Angeles before I made it here. So I'm happy with how that turned out. I'm also very happy, that I just came back here and had a lovely day. There were a few things that I needed to fix or attend to around the house, make sure everything works, make sure how I take care of certain things. We figured out, thank you, yesterday night, how the stream actually works. Thankfully, it is... No, it's not a move, Jay Gray. I think you're failing class. I think you haven't watched me for a while now, so you are missing a few dots in connecting that plot, dots that make up the plot. So I moved from one place to another in Los Angeles, and I had to take care of that even as was racing against the clock to make it to New York on December 1st, which didn't happen, but I was lucky enough to have made it here. Everything settled back home still in Los Angeles. And I had my first live stream last night here, and it turns out that, in fact, I have better connection here than I had in Los Angeles. So that's pretty amazing. As people continue to trickle in, I'm going to show off a few things, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what I'm going to do on this trip. Watch-related things, of course. I'm pretty sure that no one cares about what I do in my personal life, even though this is on its way quickly to become a lifestyle channel. The humanity, what are we going to do? But it is what it is, right? We call the channel Watches and Style, Watches in Style, and we have to live up to that name. We have to provide the necessary content. So I'm going to make sure to shoot some content, both live content and recorded content on the East Coast, to bring it back to the West, to Los Angeles, chop it up, edit it, and produce it in a certain way to extend the kind of videos that look more like my most recent video, which was kind of walking around in an obscure part of Los Angeles, in West Los Angeles. There will be more in boutique kind of produced content, more interviews. And 2023 is going to be pretty big for that reason. 2022 has been actually quite big for me, starting from scratch, starting from zero, to get here, to get the channel monetized, and to get it where it is. I think it's been pretty exciting for me, and I'm glad you guys have been along for the ride. And as you see, I try to reward some of my most loyal supporters on the Patreon and beyond. I mean, I share all sorts of free stuff here with you on a daily basis. So you're welcome. Jay Gray says, actually, the non-watch content is intriguing, especially in the Big Apple. I think, look, I mean, when I said lifestyle, I meant it pretty distinctively. I don't want this channel to become in any way the kind of circus act that 90% of other watch channels are. I'm not talking about the corporate people. They're running a business. My respect to them. They're feeding their families. That's a beautiful thing. But when it comes to some of the private, or at least ostensibly privately run, private individual oriented channels, I don't like them. I don't enjoy that kind of content. Even when I was part of it, you could see it in my face that I was disgusted by most of the stuff that was going on there. It's low quality. It's truly beneath me. I mean, I know people hate me sometimes for saying things like that, but I'm not going to stand on the ceremony. I mean, the kind of anti-Semitism, racism, and hate, the kind of ignorance that goes around on these channels, whether we are talking about the Brooklyn resident Timmy and his channel, or if we are talking about the kind of bullshit content that has emerged recently and increasingly more that concerns that reprehensible character who is currently resident in Venice, mostly because he's not allowed back in most of the countries that he has resided in and that he was born into as well. So don't expect me to produce non-watch content in any way, whether you find it intriguing or not. Jay Gray, nothing personal. I could care less. What I meant with lifestyle is watch-related content that takes you to places where watches are still part of the story, where watches are still the main part of the conversation, but we take you a little bit out of the studio. And by studio, I really mean my small ass apartment, whether I'm in New York or Los Angeles. That won't change anytime soon. And take you into places where I can tell you more engaging, interactive, and stylish stories that are also simply more dynamic because we are going to be on the move, right? I'm not talking about gonzo streams. I'm not talking about taking you guys to eat pizza or drink beer, or eat vegan food even and drink lentil soup. I do not care, right? I mean, no one cares about seeing me stuffing my face. Some people might care about seeing me drunk, but you have to get about a dozen drinks in me before I get to the level of obnoxiousness that is more amplified. So, don't worry too much about it. Good afternoon, Mike David. Nice to see you. I am currently in Brooklyn, which is the first time I've ever spent 2 days in Brooklyn, because I was always on Manhattan. Actually, I was always on the island. Not because I was a snob, not because I thought it was better than Brooklyn, simply because that's where it was most convenient. That's where it was easier for me. That's where it made logistical sense. I was never really into the more hipster parts of Brooklyn anyways. Not that I could actually afford an apartment on my own in these spots. But hey, for a short term, there's nothing wrong with Brooklyn. I'm very, very happy about that. Big Meech, that's actually, no matter what I keep saying about gentlemen's clubs, that's actually a very generous offer. And I would be interested in that because I'm sure we can actually talk about watches in that setting. And I'm sure we can take in different kinds of perspectives and viewpoints that you don't often see on watch channels from some of the working women there, whom I respect infinitely more than 99% of the characters who populate panels and who lavish praise on hosts of these other bullshit channels and call them charismatic and stuff. I mean, most of this shit makes me laugh, but it's not even funny. Turkey Vulture, unfortunately not, but I might, because so far, I'm very happy. But it's been only 1 day, and this is like a 3-week visit, and I am eventually going back to Los Angeles, and yeah, I might end up moving in the summer. Who knows? I might end up moving at the end of next year. And it doesn't have to be New York, but I might be moving out of Los Angeles. For now, I just moved from one spot in Los Angeles to another. That's all. Jay Gray says, when do you get to Geneva? I don't think I would be living in Geneva anytime soon, but I would like to actually visit sometime next year. We may or may not be working on a few things, so we'll see. Smells. What do you mean on smells? Man, Jay Gray, I used to live in downtown Los Angeles. Talk about smells. I lived in Paris. You know, the metro reeks. The stations, you know, not the people, not the denizens of the city, but the metro stations in Paris are just awful. Downtown on the streets, you know, you can barely take a step without taking in, you know, the smell of human and canine piss and feces. So it's, you know, I'm used to smells. I can take it. I'm a big boy. I'm a city boy. I'm a pretty boy. I'm a tough boy. It's okay. Big Meat says about the Gentleman's Club, jokes aside, I ran into gentlemen at livestock barn sale wearing, you ran into a gentleman at livestock barn sale wearing a two-tone Datejust. Hey man, two-tone Datejust, it was good for Uncle June. It must be good for everyone else too. It's a classic. You know, two-tone Datejust is the kind of watch. It's the kind of Rolex that the hardworking man gets just to make a point at the end of his working life, usually, right? You know, at the as a retirement present to himself, or someone gifts it to him to recognize his lifetime accomplishment in the field. It's that kind of watch. You know, it has a little bit of a bling. It is a little bit of a statement. It will certainly turn some heads and raise some eyebrows, and it's an amazing watch. You know, my love for two-tone Rolexes from a certain time period, so you are not gonna hear me talking down to anything like that. The club with Nietzsche. Hey man, I don't really know the inside of a gentleman's club. That's why I would want to go with Big Meech. He can certainly introduce me. He can certainly teach me a thing or two. And I'm always open to learning from the right person. So that's great. OC says, I enjoy serious YB and spicy YB. Hey, I have more personalities, as it were. So there's much more to come. Always more thoughtful and serious content. Kudos. Sure. I mean, you know, if you recognize, again, oh, see, I've said this before, but if you recognize that I produce better content than you co-produce, I'll just say, okay, you know, I agree with you. I'm glad you know who is actually better, even if the numbers tell a different story at this present time. You know, I am on your neck and on the neck of your principal collaborator, and the time is running short. So you guys better do something about it. Mike Hammer says, good to see you as well, man. So nice to see you. Am I getting tired of LA? I have been tired of LA for a long while now, for the last few years. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's okay. I don't mind living in LA, but I don't have any heavy commitments in LA. I can move as soon as this summer. I can move as soon as the end of the year. We'll see. Mitchell, hey man, it's been a while. I don't see you in the chat. I know you are listening in. I know you are tuning in on your own time, and I know you're busy. But I am, by the way, on the East Coast already. I came in last night. The original OC says, we aren't going to Joe's Pizza. What am I going to eat at Joe's Pizza? Do they have vegan cheese? Am I going to eat like some pizza dough or something? That's not possible. But OC, joking aside, I've told you behind the scenes, any friend of Tim Wright, by definition, is not my friend. Any association with Tim Wright earns instant disrespect from me. Any connection to Tim Wright, any sympathies, any friendships with Tim Wright scratches your name off my Christmas card list or Hanukkah card list or holiday card list. So, I just don't care. I just don't care. I don't posture. I don't try to ingratiate myself with anyone just for the sake of it. If I don't actually like you, I don't like you, and I don't need to be friends with you. And don't take it personally. I have no interest in doing a photo op with someone who I don't really appreciate, um, who has not stood up on the principle, who has not lived up to the expectations that he set for himself, and who has failed his people tremendously. So I love pizza. If there's a vegan option, I would love a slice, or any size of personal pizza, because I can eat it all. But with the right person. And OC, with all my love, you are not it. So I'm sorry to turn this kind invitation down with a hard pass. Mitchell says, I'll be more active with the 8-hour time difference. I'll be more active. 8-hour time difference poses some challenges. Well, imagine, Mitchell, there was even a bigger time difference when I was on the West Coast. So I hope, at least while I'm in New York, I'll catch you a few more times between now and the 23rd, 24th. No worries. Also, I'm still looking forward to do a collection review for you. I'm sorry we couldn't really coordinate, but whenever you have time, this is your platform, and even if you came in an impromptu way, people kind of, you have seen it probably in the past. A couple of friends came to the channel showing, a watch or two, and the conversation then naturally unfolded, and we basically talked about their entire collection, and maybe in fact their watch collecting journey as such. So even if you just want to drop by one day, I would love that. So you can really count on me for that. But if you want to set a specific time where we will have at least an hour with just the two of us on a live stream here, with everyone else commenting and asking questions about your watches, that would be great. Big Meech talks about the olfactory atmosphere in the gentleman's club. He says it does not smell bad. If anything, girls smell either of cheap perfume. I'm sure that cheap perfume is actually coming from the punters, Big Meech, or really good. It's the fat fikes who don't shower or put deodorant. Loose Tooth says, so that's a no. Yeah, it's long story short, no, to the original OC's kind invitation. Big Meat says, well, shite, Lord, that takes me off your Christmas card list. Hey, man, you are my friend at either case. I mean, you have never failed me. You have always been part of this channel in some shape or form. You are one of the first people to have given me an interview, to have given me the chance to do a collection review. So you're at a different kind of standing. Um, but if there are people who are otherwise suspect for the kind of behavior that they have um, shown, they have exhibited both on the screen and behind the scenes, I take notes. I actually, you would not be surprised to hear this because I'm kind of insane, but I actually keep a list uh, on my computer and on this little hardback of things, the good things and the bad things that people have done to me in this ethereal space, in this virtual world of watches. So I never ever forget. If you have done something good for me, I will remember it until I'm dead. If you have wronged me in any way, I will remember it and I will haunt you with every chance I get. So you won't be able to come to my channel and say a few nice things and ingratiate yourself to me uh, just because, if you already have a bad track record for which you have not publicly apologized, for which you have not cleared your name. In your case, you are a senior citizen here in more ways than one, Big Meech. You have been a contributor to this platform since its nascent form, since its early days. And your credentials are so far unimpeachable, I should say. Sorry, I guess that's a Freudian slip, Meech. Maybe you're running short on time as well. But no, I mean, joking aside, Meech, I love you. But there are characters in this space who are a little more sinister and altogether two-faced. So I'm not interested in collaborating with everyone who doesn't have my best interests at heart. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm going to say. So yes, we were talking a little bit about me getting back to New York. I had some chance to go around the neighborhood, find a place where I could, if I feel too lazy in the morning, where I could get coffee, where I could grab a few things, for the pantry, where I could maybe grab some quick food again if I feel too lazy to cook. To grab a pint of beer or something, and I really don't like beer, but what can you do? There are some drinks that I'm eyeing here in the kitchen, so we might get to them soon enough. But yeah, it's really exciting to be back. It's really exciting to be back, and I also look forward to getting to see St. Peter. I think it will be much, that will be easy to figure out. I don't know exactly what we are going to do in terms of content for this channel, but he has generously invited me into his workshop. We are also probably going to go out and tear it up at least once. I want to write to Basil's, maybe right after this show. I will write to Basil's to visit him in Rhode Island. I'm guessing probably we will meet in Providence, but I can, get off the beaten path as well. There are a few places that I've already visited and a few more places that I wanted to always visit in Rhode Island. Not sure if this is the best time of the year for that, but anyway, I look forward to hanging out with Basils, whether it will be any extra content beyond perhaps, being on the live stream in Providence together. I don't know. Um, I'm going to write also before the end of this week to Bill Sanders to see him up there in the north in Connecticut. Yeah, it's a pretty packed schedule, and I'm gonna visit a few places here that are quasi watch related, but certainly style related. So they might make an appearance in the show, both in terms of locations and characters. Certainly, um, certainly, some of the museums that I will visit will make some appearance in the content. Probably not in live streams, but in terms of the recorded content that I will somehow integrate into a future production. So I want to do a lot of that. And New York, as you know, is an embarrassment of riches when it comes to museums and galleries. And on top of that, of course, you have the Rhinelander Mansion and the Polo Bar and Ralph's Coffee and whatever, all the meccas basically of anything and everything I admire about style, anything and everything that is associated with Uncle Ralph will have to somehow make an appearance on the channel. And I don't know whether that will be again in the form of a live stream or as part of produced content, edited content, or a fragment of a future video to be produced in Los Angeles. I don't yet know, but it's certainly going to happen. Big Meech says the Meech's money allows. Okay. Clearly, money doesn't buy education or grammar for Meech. Meech's money allows him to move around everyone's stream like a queen in chess. I hope you mean just like a queen in chess, because I don't think you want to be known otherwise as a queen. But Meech, again, I said everything I need to say. You always had a standing on this channel before you donated a single dime. And you have on Cash App, you have on Super Chats. I'm not denying that. But even if that stopped, as long as it doesn't come with ill intent or some sort of nefarious plan to undermine what I'm trying to do on this channel, you will never lose your standing. And again, this is a channel where no one ever has to pay to play. Of course, again, I highlight and I give precedence and I provide special content and special help for people who support me, who contribute to the channel through the Patreon, through PayPal, through Cash App, via Super Chats. But that doesn't mean that makes everyone else a second-class citizen, right? So I just want to make that clear. I know you like flexing with that, but honestly, as much as you want to flex here, be my guest. I love money as much as everyone else. Don't take me wrong, but it was never your money who took you in to this channel. It was always your character. So as long as that doesn't go away, as long as you don't disrespect your own image that you have established here, nothing's gonna happen. Mike Hammer says, I think it can be said you don't pull any of your punches. You have remained constant in your resolve. Looking forward to seeing you with Bill Sanders again. I look forward to seeing Bill Sanders again, whether it is for an interview on a live stream or in person, because there's much to talk about. We talked about Lyrique Etude number 1 when it was presented as a candidate for the Grand Prize of Horology in Geneva. And a lot of time passed since then. They did not make it to the final list of nominees, but I think it was already well worth the effort. And certainly it generated a lot of positive reactions and a lot of substantive content about the watch. But now I think he has it back from the Horological Society of New York, and it has now, as you know, this extreme level of chronometer certification through the Horological Society of New York. Just to ground that discussion once again, this was a group effort that Bill Sanders of the Watch Art Sci channel spearheaded, something that grew out of a Facebook group, if I'm not mistaken, called Pure Horology, a project for a bespoke watch that involved a group of about 70 people from all around the globe, and they designed the watch together. Although I think again, Bill was the mastermind. Maybe they made some modifications along the way, but they didn't go with a process that was entirely democratic for democracy's sake. They wanted to produce a watch that was consistent, that appealed to most of the group, that focused on the art of compromise to get the best watch that they could for the money. And I think with their future projects, Lyrique as a brand or as a collective simply is very promising indeed for the category which they fell just short of being nominated as a finalist, which was, of course, Petite Aiguille. So the prize for watches that cost anywhere from 3.5 thousand Swiss francs to 10,000 Swiss francs. That's the category in GPHG that is called Petite Aiguille, and this is the category for which they submitted their candidature. It didn't make it to the final, but you see the number 1 of this 70-piece limited run actually was submitted to HSNY, the Horological Society of New York, for their chronometer testing, and it passed with flying colors, as you can focus here. That's another location, by the way, where I will go. I want to see if I can become a member. I think I will, but nevertheless, I want to visit their library for sure. I want to talk to a couple of people there, and I also want to see if they have anything on exhibition, anything interesting going on in terms of events while I'm here. Jay Gray says, you see, that's what I was talking about: museums, parks, architecture, the Big Apple. Hey, I love the city, man. I wanna go. I want to go back and back again. I don't know if I will live here in any near future, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. And thank you, thank you. I think, you know, my my philosophy is always that I don't have a home, that I don't really have a city that I consider to be my final destination. I don't have a country that I hold uh, above all. I mean, I like living in the United States. Um, you know, I love being an American. Uh, I love the country, but it's not necessarily um, my home, because I can end up in another country just as easily in the next decade, and I wouldn't mind that, and I will adjust. Um, I might be speaking another language, but that's just fine. That's what suits YB. That's what keeps me going. Actually, I live for change, right? I don't like following trends. I don't like trying to adapt to something that has surpassed me, that has transcended me. I like setting trends. I like going my own way. I like creating things where there has been before a dearth of quality. That's why I'm here. That's what my purpose. If the East Coast is the best environment for that, by all means. And absolutely, absolutely, the mother is planet Earth. I'm gonna, me, for someone who is not a Christian, I love, um, I love my Christian saints. So I will read a few lines from uh, and Christian thinkers, I should say. So Hugh of Saint Victor at some point wrote a book called Didaskalion, and he says something about what I described as my life philosophy here, which anyway, it's not, I did not invent being original, being authentic, going one's own way, right? So I'm not making any huge claims when it regards to that, but I did certainly say that I don't like staying in one place. I don't like becoming stale. I don't like following trends. Uh, I don't care for being in this city or that, or this country or that. Uh, I like being in places where I can stay true to myself, where I can create something original, where I can go my own way, where I can follow my own um, feelings, follow my own plans, and execute to the fullest extent possible. Um, and for that, I guess the right location is the Earth, although uh, as with anything that grows on this earth, the human life too is frail. It too is finite. It too will meet its end soon, on the individual and the collective level. So we try not getting too attached. Here is the quote by Hugh of Saint Victor. He says, it is a great resource for the practiced mind to learn bit by bit, first to change about in visible and transitory things, so that afterwards it may be possible to leave them behind altogether. Right? So he's simply saying that you don't want to get too attached to anything or any place or even anyone in particular in this world, because they are transitory, because they will pass. So if you can change these things once every so often, if you can transition from one state to another, if you can move from one place to another and still stay true to yourself, to your principles, to your virtues, you will learn soon enough to be able to leave them behind altogether, right? It has been said that philosophy is learning to die. This is exactly what Hugh of St. Victor is saying here. He's saying that you should learn not to get attached to anything or any particular place on this earth, because eventually they will pass, and so will you. So to prepare to leave this earth behind, leave the places that you might get too attached to. The man who finds his homeland sweet is still a tender beginner. This is beautiful. The man who finds his homeland sweet is still a tender beginner. He to whom every soil is as his native one is already strong. He to whom every soil is as his native one is already strong, right? The man who finds his homeland sweet, who enjoys his comforts, who takes delight in staying where he is just a beginner, he is saying. If you can actually start feeling at home, as if you were living at home in different places of the earth, you are in fact becoming strong in your will. You are in fact getting mentally stronger and building that kind of resolve that prepares you to the passing of things and to the bitter end that awaits you, or to the mortal end simply that awaits you. Um, the tender soul, he says, to clarify this, sorry, I forgot the third part. So the man who finds his homeland sweet is a tender beginner. He to whom every soil is as his native one is already strong, but he is perfect to whom the entire world is as a foreign land. Like that's really a beautiful sentence. I can talk about this sentence for the next 3 hours. Forget about sentence. I did say that I try not to produce non-watch related content, but that could be non-watch related content that I can take the rest of the live stream to talk about, because that sentence packs so much into it. It's scary. In fact, it's scary. So let's begin with what is least obvious. He is perfect to whom the entire world is as a foreign land. What does that mean on the most simplistic, everyday level? It means simply that you learn to take in the entire world with this sense of wonderment, with this feeling of surprise, with this kind of naive expectation of seeing something new in everything that you contemplate and in every time you look at them, right? Everything still is strange to you. Everything remains curious. Everything is altogether foreign. So you are ready every day for learning, to learn something new, to experience something different. So that's one way in which someone aspires to perfection, by experiencing the entire world as a foreign land. And that means most when you are ostensibly at home and you find ways to keep your distance from it. You find ways to cultivate a different perspective on it. But of course, we are talking about a Christian thinker here who says he is perfect to whom the entire world is as a foreign land. So ultimately, on the other end of the spectrum, he's saying that you can only become perfect once you come to terms with the fact that you will only be at home when you meet your maker, right? When you, in fact, pass from this transitory world and reach your perfect state in the afterlife. So he is, once again, not only as a Christian thinker, but as a philosopher, trying to say that to learn to think really begins with coming to terms with the finitude of human life, with the mortality of the human being. At the end of the day, the world is transitory. There's something bigger. There's something hopefully better. And there's something at least least miserable and more perfect in what is to come. And somewhere in the middle of these perspectives, right, the idea where you can experience everything with a sense of wonder and with a feeling of newness, and the perfection that an ascetic man aspires to in withdrawing from this world, knowing that it's transitory, knowing that it's mortal, knowing that it's finite. There is a middle ground which really speaks to me in the sense that you never quite settle in one place, right? You never quite set roots in one location in this world. Once you get what you want from it, once you get what you need from it, once you learn everything that that location can teach you, you are ready to move on, because ultimately you have no attachment to that particular piece of land. At the end of the day, it is just another location on this Mother Earth that we can inhabit, that still remains, at least until now, inhabitable for human existence. So we seek new ways of learning about the world and new ways of figuring ourselves out. We keep moving. The tender soul has fixed his love on one spot in the world. The strong man has extended his love to all places. The perfect man has extinguished his. This is pretty strong. And so strong, in fact, that I will pass it without commentary. I will just read it again. The tender soul has fixed his love on one spot in the world. The strong man has extended his love to all places. The perfect man has extinguished his. And here he talks about his own life. He says, "From boyhood I have dwelt on foreign soil, and I know with what grief sometimes the mind takes leave of the narrow hearth of the peasant's hut. And I know too how frankly it afterwards disdains marble firesides and paneled halls." It's really beautiful that he can basically write his autobiography in one sentence there. He's basically talking about how he felt like a stranger, like he was out of place, even where he was born. And he somehow felt miserable. He was aggrieved that he was born in a village setting. He was a child of peasants. But then he says, even if I aspired to be here, to become a scholar, to become a thinker, even if I became part of these hallowed halls of learning, of theology, of the arts, marble firesides and paneled halls, I have also grown bitter in this state as well. I've also started growing some disdain inside me about this particular setting that is so pompous about learning, so much indulged in luxury, and so self-indulgent in a way, right? Fireside chats and ostentatious dwellings. That doesn't appeal to him either. So he wants to find a place where he is not necessarily at peace, but where he can keep thinking, where he can keep renewing himself, where he can find a way to create, to move, to not stand still. So that's my idol, Hugh of St. Victor, who wrote these lines in Didascalion, which was a medieval guide to the arts. Oh, while I was trying to armchair philosophize, we got some porn ads. I'm terribly in need of some water. But yeah, that's a little philosophical interlude. I also brought some gifts here to the East Coast for those who are generous enough to set aside some of their time for me, for those who are nice enough to meet me. This is a box of cigars that I brought with me. So part of what we will do when we meet is going to be smoking cigars, if you are so inclined. And I look forward to that as well. Yeah, this is really some great stuff. Let's see if I can remove this mirror. You should be able to actually read the label, Phoenix. This is this used to be the house brand of a cigar lounge that I go to in Los Angeles, and somehow the proprietor, Mr. Nazareth, found a whole stash of these cigars from the 80s and 90s, and I was lucky enough to get my name on one of these boxes, and it's really some delicious stuff. It smells so good. And this is basically a poor man's humidor, a beautiful cedar box with a cedar sheet that was wetted. And since the cigars are still wrapped in cellophane, they are basically stored here beautifully and protected from the dry and cold New York City winter. So I look forward to smoking some of these with friends here. we will we'll get we'll get to it. I want to talk a little bit about the beauty in everything, which is already on, as you know, the menswear proprietor and uh, famous watch collector Mark Cho has decided to move on from most of his watch collection, about 66 of them. I think about two-thirds of his collection. So he still has about 2 dozens of watches at least, if not more. He has been collecting, in his own words, since 16 years. And since he identified this target of opportunity in the New York City real estate market, where he can possibly buy a location and actually own a location for his store, the Armory in the Upper East Side. He wanted to seize the moment, and who can blame him? At the end of the day, that is a move that will benefit his business. That is also less self-indulgent, to be honest. And I think he was talking about that in a recent interview that he had with Seiko, of course. And he was saying, that's my watch collection is something that I love, that I take pleasure in. I indulge myself for all these years, but if I move on with most of them, I might be able to provide this space for um, our customers, for um, our staff, and also have this space for my business to grow. And when Mark Cho said those things, I couldn't help but identify with it at some level, right? I don't have a collection of that size, but for the right opportunity, I think most of my watches wouldn't survive that kind of cut, right? I haven't sold any part of my core collection ever. I grew it very consciously and very logically, almost mathematically, but certainly in a very researched and studied way. So, God forbid I sell any of them. But if that was connected with a business opportunity or with a life-changing opportunity for me, or if it was connected to something that was more noble, that was benefiting a charity of some sort, I would do it in a heartbeat as well. Um, I don't have the visibility and quote unquote notoriety of a Mark Cho, but I have made this assessment before, right? If I die one day soon, before I have any offspring, before there is anyone who can inherit part of all my collections, I will most certainly find a way to have them offered up in auction so that they are sold for an organization that benefits children and that benefits mostly orphans and cancer-stricken children. So if that kind of opportunity comes up, why wouldn't you, right? If you can sell most of your watches for a new business venture or for a noble purpose, would you do it? I most certainly would. So I can't hold it against Mark Cho, who is a very conscious and conscientious collector. My props to him. So let's look at the watches that he is actually selling. He's selling a Rolex Explorer, and he was nice enough to write a little paragraph about each and every watch that he is selling. This is 114270. Hi, Evan. Nice to see you, man. And this was apparently his first luxury watch. So let's read a little bit about what Mark Cho is saying about his Rolex Explorer 114270, of course, 36 millimeter. This was my first Rolex. I bought it at Heathrow Airport in 2010 while I was shuttling back and forth between London and Hong Kong as I was juggling my newly acquired business, Drake's, with my newly launched business, the Armory. At the time, Michael Drake, the founder of Drake's, was telling me how the Rolex Explorer was one of his favorite watch designs, and it inspired me to seek out one for myself. It's, in many ways, this watch is perfection. I think some people give it a lot of flack for its size and dimensions, but I think that particular sizing, those original proportions that it largely preserved, really make it one of the most perfect and flexible and versatile Rolex sports watches for the everyday. You can wear it exactly like that for all occasions. You can put it on a leather strap for perhaps an occasion that requires a little bit more sobriety, a little more gravity or gravitas. But even in those occasions, I don't think the 36 millimeter Rolex Explorer would look out of place on a bracelet. So that's a nice watch. That's one of the first that is being sold. We have a 16800. This is his Submariner. The lore of the Submariner looms large, and I can't resist its pull. Thanks to a lucky introduction, I bought this watch from its original owner. It happened to be from my birth year, and it's my first Submariner. So this is a Submariner from 1983, and it has that beautiful patinated dial. And it's a transitional model, of course. He has, speaking of transitional models, he has a root beer right after its transition, meaning post nipple dial, so with fuller, bigger plots, with matching yellow gold surrounds, and an oyster bracelet rather than the Jubilee, which I still insist is the most perfect bracelet for the classic root beer with the nipple dial configuration. Mark Cho says about his watch, I have a friend who is nuts for root beer Rolexes, and he would talk endlessly about them, which eventually rubbed off on me. The root beer is certainly a quirky color combination, but that's what makes it so attractive. Um, Again, this is a much later version, of course, 2004. It's not less attractive for that. I still prefer these to what is currently in the lineup as a two-tone GMT Master. Two, I still believe root beer, well, I don't believe, it's actually a fact that the nickname for the watch, root beer, comes from the dial, which resembles the color of that root beer candy that you still can find on sale on even Amazon.com. So check it out if you don't believe me. That's why also, for example, the Italians used to call this dial, well, this model, Tiger Eye, before it went into this particular shade of a sunburst finished dial. But anyway, I do like the 16713 version of the root beer as well, even if I don't like them as the 1675 /3 or 16753. But this is a handsome watch indeed. I'm gonna send the link to the chat. If you want me to pay attention to any one of the lots, any particular watch, feel free to send in a super chat. I would be more than happy to oblige you. But until then, I will continue to go through them one by one. If you want to suggest another topic, if you have any other burning questions, or if you want to change the tracks of the conversation, by all means, again, a super chat would draw my attention and would be highlighted immediately. Next up is 18038. It is, I think, very indicative of Mark Cho's distinct taste. A lot of people like Roman numerals on Rolex day dates on the president, but most people prefer them, from Buckley dials to applied Rolex numerals. Most prefer them with the serif applied Roman numerals, or in the Buckley style, which is the printed Roman numeral on a day date or Datejust dial. But this is one that has applied Roman numerals with a sans serif font. So it's a very interesting example, and adds a touch of playfulness, I think, what is otherwise a very sober watch. This is again a 1803. It is a Rolex day date with a deep blue dial and applied Roman numerals. It comes on a silk strap and a stainless steel pin buckle, so no 18 karat gold bracelet or even a matching tang buckle with the coronet or anything. But anyway, I mean, it's still a very nice looking watch. It's still a handsome watch, and for those of you who want at least a quick set date, an 18038 is still a decent option. I think 18238 is really a sweet spot for a neo-vintage, vintage, neo-vintage day date, because that has the double quick set for both day and date, and still offers one of the best value propositions. Next up, we have a Rolex Oyster Quartz Datejust, which is a 17013. I prefer these really with the integrated version of the oyster bracelet, but in the two-tone, there's still a little bit of an interest on this. Yeah, the two-tone is great, but I'm really not a huge fan of the integrated bracelet execution of the Jubilee. It just looks like an interrupted oyster bracelet to me, honestly. But I love the dial on this. It is the kind of blue that we have become accustomed to seeing in Submariners, in bluesies. So it's very attractive for that. And for those quartz lovers among us, and that has become, by the way, quite an unnegligible collecting genre in and of itself. There are a lot of people who collect luxury quartz watches, largely, if not exclusively, or have sub-collections of luxury quartz watches as part of their collection. Junior, I promised you that I would be here earlier once I'm on the East Coast, so I'm very happy to see you. And you had promised me that you would be here as well, more often, or at least longer, so I'm happy to see you. Next up is Datejust, actually, 16234. In a way, the kind of Datejust that we are more accustomed to saying. In another way, absolutely not, because it has a semi-precious stone dial that is also set with brilliant diamonds for the indices. So a sodalite dial with diamond set indices, all stainless steel except for that beautifully gleaming white gold fluted bezel. It's a very interesting aesthetic. It's perhaps more showy and all too pretty for most who expect something simpler yet still beautiful from a Rolex Datejust. But it's very unique, and that's again something that I admire about this particular collection. It exhibits a kind of taste that doesn't really take cues from anyone else, right? It really reflects the trajectory of a man who has gone his own way. So this is a Rolex Datejust with a sodalite dial. That's factory jam set. As far as Rolex blue dials go, Mark Cho writes, this one is one of the brightest and liveliest. The natural polished sodalite is a perfect backdrop to the diamond markers, allowing them to sparkle but not overwhelm the design. Well put. Next one is Lane V38. This is my first Lane, an impressive combination of classical design elements like the Breguet numerals and guilloche enhanced by a very striking shade of blue. Thanks to the guilloche, the color is especially lively under the light. This is a 38 millimeter case. And as you see, most of these watches are sized right around 36 to 38. And Mark Cho has been long an advocate of wearing watches that actually fit your wrist, that are actually proportional to your wrist, that are actually appropriate to your wrist. So he is certainly someone who has put his money where his mouth is, and his collection, I think, has benefited enormously from that, and it allows him here to really exhibit and lay out a great variety of watches that both have something for everyone, that finds beauty in everything, as the title puts it, but that are also quite consistent in staying within that realm of dimension and proportion that has started gaining some ground in the horological world for some time now, right? It's been said a lot recently that the trend for smaller watches is really picking up. I have said what I needed to say about that. For me, I think it's in one way it's true because a lot of us have focused on large and outsized sports watches, in fact, and that genre of smaller, dressier, and more formal watches is a blind spot in most collections, and inevitably people are starting to address that. People are finally tending towards that particular genre because they have collected enough oversized, outsized sports watches. But I think the trend is a little exaggerated, right? I don't think we are going to see, Rolex taking, for example, the Submariner case and slimming down to 30, to its dimension, slimming it down to its dimensions in the 60s, for example, right? I don't see the Submariner going down to 39 millimeters anytime soon. I don't see Rolex producing more watches in the 36 millimeter range. But I see Rolex, right, making very conscious decisions in its catalog in dedicating the Explorer and returning it to its classical dimensions, right? So that will grow as an option, that will grow as a particular collecting genre among other genres in the mainstream of watch collecting society. But I don't see smaller watches taking over larger watches anytime soon. But the trend is there. I will recognize that. Junior Johnson, thank you so much. This is so generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for that super chat, which is the first super chat of the day. I appreciate you, Junior. This is a very lovely Happening 2 special edition that was made in collaboration with SJX Watches. It's a version of the Erwin, and as Mark Cho talks about in his write-up, it takes inspiration from a vintage Rolex reference from the 1950s, which the collectors have called the Galaxy. So let's see where we have some examples of this. There we go. This is an example of the Rolex Galaxy that was offered up in auction about 5 years ago. A reference 6088, beautiful alpha hands, the iconic crown at 12 o'clock, arrow markers for the quarters and stars for all the remaining indices. It's a very distinct aesthetic to which Habling 2 paid tribute, paid homage in this special edition of a Dead Seconds watch that they produced in collaboration with SJX. It has a case that is 38.5 millimeters in diameter, and it is produced in stainless steel, has a hand-wound caliber. And this is what Mark Cho writes: "In the watch journalism world, I admire SJX and his team's coverage, as it is the most dense in detail and technical content. I immediately signed up for his first collaboration watch in conjunction with Habring. It was my first Dead Seconds watch, and the Rolex-inspired star motif was a lovely touch." Yeah, I think it's even more striking that it is a little more oversized and actually has some luminous material injected in all the indices, as well as the Dauphine hands. Next up is actually a collection in and of its own, a three-piece Grand Seiko 55th anniversary historical collection. 2014 GS self-dater, 2013 44 GS, and 2015 62 GS. Mark Cho writes, "If I were to start collecting Grand Seiko, this would be the ideal way to begin." And Junior was saying that he likes the Habring 2 SJX tribute to the Rolex Galaxy. I love it. It's also, again, it's a strange flex, deadbeat seconds, true seconds, jumping seconds, whatever you call it. It's a strange complication. Complication in the best and worst sense of the word, but it's a watchmaking achievement. It is a flex. It's a horological flex. So I learned to appreciate it in time. I don't know if I would ever own a deadbeat seconds watch with a mechanical movement, but certainly it is a feat, right? It is something that I learned to appreciate. But when it comes to the three-piece Grand Seiko collection that Mark Cho is offering up for auction with Phillips in this Beauty and Everything sale, he says it offers up three pieces that are hard to find, among the best reissues they have ever done, recreating three of their most important designs from the 60s. And they really delve into the history, since each of them are foundational to what Grand Seiko is today. And one of them is even quartz. They're all between 37 to 38 millimeters in case diameter. Very beautiful pieces, distinct in that Seiko, Grand Seiko dress watch aesthetic, beautifully polished in indices and hands, which carries over, of course, to the finishing of the case as well. And I think a lot of Grand Seiko's dress watches on leather straps represent a very intriguing aesthetic. I think they are usually too large. So these historical recreations that are more conventionally sized and proportioned are more appealing to me. And I really appreciate this three-piece it must have been hard to part with it, but there they are. And this is another Grand Seiko. This is the platinum version of the Snowflake that is similarly finished on the case as well, at least on the face of the case. It's in platinum, and the spring drive movement itself is very modestly but impeccably finished as well. I think even the constellation of the rubies and the heat blued screws is really a sight to take delight in. Beautiful, tulip shaped crowns that expose the spring and also echo with the crown that they have traced here as a logo as well. This is an SBGZ001, SBGZ001. This is an extremely significant piece for Grand Seiko. Mark Cho writes, celebrating 20 years of spring drive, Seiko's ingenious quartz mechanical hybrid movement. At first glance, the standout feature is the hand-carved case, with each fine line of the case's surface pattern engraved one at a time. Right, so the case's surface is finished in the same way as the dial, which is quite striking as it is, and on its own. The movement, however, cannot be overlooked, featuring the top-tier handwork of Seiko's micro artist studio, their small volume artisanal production departments. I engraved the back of this piece with optimism, and I wrote an article about Grand Seiko's design process for this piece. As you see, that's the little plate that was engraved with the word optimism. If you are the lucky winner of this piece, I'm sure next time you send it back to Grand Seiko for service, they would be more than happy to change that little plate for you so that you can get it engraved exactly in the way you like and prefer. Perhaps you would like to keep it just as it is, but I want to also alert you to something very special that Mark Cho is doing with this sale, because he wants to know where these watches are actually going, and because he actually cares about these pieces still, even if he is moving on from them. He is actually offering something quite special to the winner of each and every one of these pieces. So if you are the lucky winner of any one of these lots in the Philips Mark Cho Beauty in Everything sale, you will basically be offered the opportunity to collaborate with Mark on an armory garments of your choice. So here is that little tidbits. Here's that little note that I want to share. Mark says, to the new owners of the watches in my sale, I would like to custom make you one of the Armory's signature garments as a gift. I think of this as an opportunity for us to get to know each other, and I will take the order with you personally in Hong Kong or New York. Our garments can be made in a variety of fabrics, and we can pick something that suits you together. I will make a garment for every auction lot you win in the sale, which means that if you get more than one watch, you will also get more than one garment from Mark Cho at the Armory. It's either going to be the Safari 2, the City Hunter 2, the three-pocket Blason, and the road jacket. And you can see them modeling these pieces right here. The road jacket, the three-button Blason, the City Hunter 2, and the Safari. So that I think is an incredibly thoughtful and generous gesture, because it's not unheard of that that sometimes the single owner sales present these sorts of opportunities to meet the owner of the watch, or to get like a handwritten and signed document with each and every one of the pieces. But Mark Cho is in fact doubling down and doing something even more special. He's really commemorating each and every sale with what it's exactly for, which is to, in fact, solidify the Armory's presence as a house, as a designer, as a menswear powerhouse. And he is marking each and every one of the sale with a custom-made garment that he will see through the order and the customization process. That I think is a very kind and thoughtful gesture. Next up is an FP Jaune Octa Divine or Divine. This watch started for me as a way to have a lovely small FP Jaune. It's a 36 millimeter after all. It turned into a storied timepiece that eventually crossed my path with Pierre Halimi, CEO of Jaune USA, and now a dear friend, and the creation of yet another important FP Jaune watch. And he wrote up the piece, a take on this whole affair for Watches by SKX as well. If you want to check that out by the link, here's the link to the website again if you want to direct my attention to any particular watches here, or if you want to delve deeper into the stories of any of these watches, please feel free. This is a watch that has the outsized date, running seconds at 4.5 o'clock, or maybe 4 3/4, the moon phase indicator at 7, the distinctive hands for FP Jaune. I think it's a very beautiful watch. I know there are so many brands that have better finished movements that feature even more handwork and more artisanship than FP Jaune. But one thing that I do appreciate is the design and architecture of their movements. And certainly the Octa Divine is not an exception. In this case, I particularly like the contrast between the circular Côte de Genève on the movement plates as they contrast with the barley corn decoration on the full gold full gold rotor, which is 22 carats, if I'm not mistaken. It's a beautiful piece. In many ways, again, it's like a modern and innovative recreation of a certain aesthetic from Breguet, which has somehow really generated so much within the contemporary high horological genre that we need to talk about it at a certain point in time. But this is truly a very beautiful and unique example of an FP Jaune watch with an automatic movement, especially because it is 36 millimeters. Those are actually pretty rare, with FP Jaune watches already being pretty rare and limited in number. I'm a huge fan as well, Junior Johnson. I really admire him. I admire him as a businessman. I admire him as a man of style. I admire him as a watch collector. And after this sale, since the whole rationale and the entire catalog of watches has been now revealed, I admire him even more as a person, as a human being. This is the Chanel, Monsieur de Chanel. It's a jumping hour watch, which is actually quite large and wears quite large on the wrist as well. If I'm not mistaken, it is officially 40 millimeters in diameter, but I think it wears quite large on the wrist. As you see, you have the retrograde minutes, running seconds, and this nicely oversized opening for the hour. And as you know, it has a unique movement that was designed for pardon me, that was designed by Romain Gauthier. It's simply called Caliber 1. It's actually executed in Chanel's proprietary alloy of gold that they call beige. I guess it's kind of like, honey gold for Lange. You really have to see it in person to experience the particular properties, the particular sheen of that alloy. In this case, I guess you have to kind of go with the description. It's like, I think the most similar thing to it, I can say, is really Lange's honey gold. So if you have seen that, perhaps this would be easier to kind of visualize in your mind's eye. The movement itself, again, I think is an interesting piece of design in terms of its architecture. It's a nice constellation to begin with. And Mark Cho writes, to me, this watch is highly underrated. My eye is caught first by the Leica-esque font and the heavy, oversized hour window. Then there's the unusual squat case rendered in Chanel's proprietary beige gold. Finally, the black movement comprised of circle after circle is a visual treat. And I actually agree, this watch is certainly quite heavy on design, and the jump hour itself is a very prestigious complication. I think it really lends a strong aesthetic when it's so well executed, and Chanel's Monsieur de Chanel is certainly a well executed watch. I love jumping hour watches. I think when they stay true to the dress watch aesthetic, they're some of the most elegant watches around. I really loved Chopin's jumping hour piece that they released in the celebration of the 25th anniversary of their manufacture. The model is called Quattro Spirit 25, which the name comes from the four barrels that endow such a complicated movement. It's long power reserve, which goes for approximately 192 hours. That's basically 8 days for those who might not be great at math. And I think this piece is also quite elegant. Chanel's Monsieur de Chanel, and it is likewise on sale in the Beauty in Everything auction. Here are some gold pieces in Mark Cho's collection that are going for sale. There's a Vacheron Constantin hand-wound chronograph. There's a Lange with an oversized date, and an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak with a unique two-tone combination. Let's check them out. Vacheron Constantin 4072. There we go. Classic 2-register hand-wound chronograph. I think the heat-blued hands just serve as a beautiful contrast to what might otherwise seem quite monochromatic, if not necessarily dull. I love that older font of the Vacheron Constantin logo. In fact, I should say Vacheron et Constantin logo. As you know, these are actually two distinct names that, of course, were modernized as kind of a proper name of their own, in their own regard, for the modern brand name. The Roman numerals at 12 and 6 o'clock are quite nice and distinctive as well. Of all the famous 2-register chronographs, the Vacheron 4072 is my favorite. Mark Cho opines, every aspect of the watch, from the case to the hands to the markings to the movement, all point to a carefully conceived and realized design. Every aspect of the watch, the gold and gold configuration of this one is particularly nice against tan, olive, and brown straps, shirts, and jackets. So as I mentioned, it's all in 18 karat yellow gold, has patinated champagne dial. The numerals and indices are also likewise in yellow gold. The hands are heat blued. I think it pairs really well with this grained leather strap, as Mark Cho mentions. and it runs on a caliber, on a modified version of Vajou caliber 13, which is 13-434, and the dimensions of it are 30 millimeters in diameter. And then you have the A. Lange und Söhne Saxonia in 34 millimeters. It is in yellow gold and has an outsized date, as I mentioned. Mark Cho says this is one of my first Lange designs when the brand, sorry, this is one of the very first Lange designs when the brand was relaunched in 1994. It's a model I deeply wish they still made. It's 34 millimeters. That is impressive in its heft and confident design. The logo crossing straight across from 9 to 3 o'clock, while the date and subsequent sit at 12 and 6, speaks loudly that in terms of design, Lange wants to go its own way. I mentioned this before as well. Lange is a brand that has a very distinctive design language, and a lot of times I express that by saying two things. One, you can blot out, or otherwise efface the writing on the dial, the branding on the dial. You can erase the name of the brand from the dial, yet you would still recognize a Lange watch. You will be able to spot it in a lineup. But there is also a very intelligent use of scripts on Lange's dials to balance out that design, right? And the way they expressed it here from 9 to 3 o'clock, parsing it out as Mark Cho mentioned it, gives really a beautiful signature Lange balance to the dial, which ultimately means finding some organization within the chaos, instilling or inserting some method into the madness. And the original Saxonia in yellow gold is certainly an exercise in that design language that made Lange so distinctive and successful at the same time. And next up, we have a very uniquely executed two-tone Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. That is a quartz Royal Oak, model name 56023 AC, which stands for yellow and white gold. Mark Cho is very insistent on this, that the reduced size Royal Oak is quite perfect in quartz, because that preserves the sleek profile of the case, that preserves the thin case. I get the point, but again, I would rather have a mechanical movement in the Royal Oak, even if you give up a little bit in terms of the thickness when you start getting into the variations and iterations and divergences from the original Jumbo Extra Thin. But this is certainly a very beautiful and unique Royal Oak 56023 AC, yellow with white gold accents, as well as a white gold bezel and crown, as you can see. Again, I find it in a way very similar to the Vacheron Constantin chronograph from 1944, because what you have is otherwise a very monochromatic design. Even the dial, which is rendered in a beautiful shade of champagne, somehow blends in to the rest of the yellow gold elements of the case and the bracelet, but the octagonal bezel, as well as the tapering interlinks, not to mention the bolts, are all rendered in white gold, which provides a beautiful accent to what is otherwise a rather monochromatic watch. And here's what Mark Cho writes about this watch: a weird and wonderful take on two-tone that I'm surprised has never been resurrected. The body is mostly yellow gold and the accents are in white gold. I love that it's 36 millimeter quartz. It's actually slightly smaller, I think, than that, as it retains the distinctive sleek proportions of the original Royal Oak 5402. Smaller diameter mechanical movement Royal Oaks are unable to maintain the same proportions as the vintage original due to the thickness of their movements relative to the diameter. Again, I disagree with this slightly. I would rather have the mechanical movement, even if the thinness is not proportionally slimmed down, but I do get the point, and this is a very distinctive and beautiful watch indeed. Junior was saying earlier that this is the first time he sees the Chanel. We talked quite a bit about Chanel on this channel, actually, and even about this watch in particular. But Chanel is a very conscious player in the horological space, and increasingly so. I think they have put in place a lot of the makings of a future venture in, I don't want to say independent watchmaking, but in special high horological creations, because this is a brand that has capital behind it and that has injected and invested that capital into FP Jones, into the Kenisi manufacturer that produces movements for Tudor, for Norcane, for many others, including Chanel, of course, increasingly. This is a brand that has its own maker for crystals, even. This is a brand that has that can make basically anything from cases to bracelets to dials in its own ecosystem. So Chanel is certainly coming strong in the next decade. I think we will be talking about Chanel in a very different way when it comes to watches by the end of 2020s. I'm almost sure of it. And next up is a very unique example of an early Universal Genève chronograph, Compour. This is the predecessor to the Compax, the classic universal two-register chronograph. A wonderful execution here in black and gold, an 18-karat yellow gold case with a gilt black dial, which is a multi-scale dial. Manual movement, of course, roughly from 1936. Here's what Mark Cho says about it: an early universal chronograph with particularly beautiful gold printing on an aged black dial. The skeletonized hands interact with the complex dial markings underneath in a visually fascinating way that always drew me to have a second and third look. And of course, just to put it out there, of course, the watch was not actually designed with skeletonized hands. Those were once loom filled, but those have since fallen off and perhaps cleaned off. So right now, that skeletonized hand aesthetic, to me, it's not necessarily desirable, but certainly adds a unique touch and perhaps an irresistible flair to some when it comes to this particular piece. It is positively minuscule. I can make a case for these sorts of watches. As you know, I have one, and I made a point. I made a case of leaving Los Angeles without any of my Rolexes, and I only took my non-Rolex watches with me. And here's my small 1940s dress chronograph. I want to just bring it into focus. I love this watch. I think it's a very lovely piece. I love it for what it represents, of course, in terms of the history of the 20th century chronograph. I also love it for its elegance and simplicity. And again, I think there's a case to be made for smaller dress watches, especially, but smaller watches in general. And certainly, vintage chronograph is a great place to start collecting these kinds of watches, to start integrating into your collection some watches that are not even 36 millimeter. Eric L, wonderful to see you, man. Good to see you, he says, on operating on Eastern time. Hope you are well. This gold on black looks great. It looks fantastic. I adore it. I, for sure, admire the confidence of someone who wears a 32, 33, 34 millimeter watch, especially for this sort of aesthetic. There you go. I will do the same here. Yeah, there we go. This is my Lemania CH27 from 1940s, and I think it's a beautiful looking watch. I wore this to the watch time event in South Coast Plaza. I got a lot of compliments on it. It might have been due to my dimensions more than the watch's dimensions, if you know what I mean. But I think most were very genuine, and I really do love this watch. I think it's beautiful, and it is really a piece of history because it beats with the base of a caliber that was not only there for the Moonwatch, but also for many legendary chronographs from made by anyone from Patek Philippe to Breguet to Daniel Roth to Roger Dupuis to perpetual calendar chronographs, perpetual calendar split-second chronographs, to tourbillons made by Audemars Piguet. Lemania CH27 was there. So I'm happy to have a watch that has that kind of movement in my collection, as simple as they come, as plain as they come, and as beautiful as they come. I think everyone should dabble at some point with some sort of a vintage chronograph. You don't have to go all the way back to the 1940s like I do. You don't have to get into Fred Mandelbaum's bag necessarily. I love that guy as well. I would love to have an interview with him at some point. Hopefully, I'll make it. That's one of my goals on YouTube in this horological space. But I think everyone needs to start looking into some of these 60s classics from Hoya, from Breitling, from Universal Genève, because soon enough, these might once again become very well desired, and they will always be limited, and they will always be rare, and they will always be precious for that. So if you're pursuing anything at all next year, and the more you wait, the better, there might be some great opportunities in the vintage chronograph market. So next up is a very unique reduced size Patek Philippe Nautilus. We have talked about this watch a couple of times. In a way, a skeptic might call this watch Frankenwatch, right? Because at the end of the day, it puts together a case from a 3800 Patek Philippe Nautilus in stainless steel, a dial from a two-tone 3800, and the Dauphine hands from yet another 3800 watch. Yet, since those modifications were done at the Patek Philippe manufacturer, perhaps the situation is a little better, a little more permissible, almost kosher, we might say. And you can certainly have very complicated and complex debates about such questions. This is a Patek Philippe Nautilus 3800, and this is what Mark Cho has to say about the matter. I bought this almost 10 years ago, and it's been a truly faithful companion. In the early days, I often wore it to the Pitti Uomo Men's Trade Show in Florence, Italy, when people didn't really care about these things. It seemed like the right watch to wear at the time, subtle at first glance, striking upon inspection. It remains the most beautiful Nautilus that I've ever seen. By the way, this is a watch that has already received some serious bids, and with more than 2 days to go, it is almost there by the high ceiling of that pre-auction estimate. So it certainly has struck a chord with the buyers of this auction. And as you see, it comes with all the necessary documentation, all the documentation from the manufacturer and from the brand that certifies that all these modifications have been actually accomplished. All the parts have been changed at Patek Philippe, by Patek Philippe itself. Once again, I'm sending the link to the chat if you want me to pay particular attention to any of these watches, any of the lots. Feel free to send in a super chat with the lot number or the model name, and I will turn to it. If you want to change the track of the conversation, if you want to suggest another topic for the live stream, I'm happy to follow your lead as long as it comes with a super chat. But otherwise, I will continue to present on this Beauty in Everything sale. Mark Cho's collection, or at least a large part of his collection, which are now offered up for auction by Philips online, and they are going to be there for another 2 days and 6 hours. The watches, I think, are currently on exhibition, on view at the Armory in Hong Kong in their Pedder building location. They have shot a couple of videos from there, and it looks pretty amazing. It makes me wish that I was in Hong Kong or that the exhibition was in New York, because this would have been a perfect time. But hey, it makes sense, right? The Armory's original location was in Hong Kong. That is where they started. So it makes sense to base the preview there. They are nice enough to have filmed a couple of videos, nice enough to have taken their own pictures as well of all the watches, and provide also their own write-ups for them. I think Mark Cho has done really well with presenting all the watches in this sale, to say nothing, of course, to how he amassed such a beautiful collection in the first place. Another duo here, another set from the vaunted brand Patek Philippe of Geneva, and yet another dress watch with applied sans serif Roman numerals. This is a white gold Calatrava with hobnail or clou de Paris bezel, a classic two-hander with seconds on the subdial at 6 o'clock. And I think it is an exercise again of beauty and simplicity in this case. And what we are looking at is a Patek Philippe 3919 in white gold. Mark Cho writes, a beautifully executed offshoot of Patek's hobnail family of watches. I love that it has white gold sans serif applied markers instead of the usual black serif painting. It is a very modern, minimalist interpretation of a classic design. The porcelain dial and display case back are two other great touches. Here's the display case back, and the porcelain dial really contributes to that no-nonsense, bare bones, simplistic exercise in elegance. Truly a beautiful watch. And again, in minuscule proportions, right? 33 millimeters. So it is going to wear small, and it is going to be beautiful for that. Next to it, you have a more conventional, more recognizable, more classical version of the Patek Philippe Calatrava with a hobnail bezel in yellow gold. This is from, in pink gold. Okay. This is also, it looks like yellow gold in this photograph, but I can see how it's pink. Beautiful champagne dial, date at 3 o'clock, Clou de Paris bezel, Dauphine hands, classic Calatrava index markers, another gorgeous watch, a particularly delicious combination of rose gold case and cream dial contrasting against Patek's iconic Clou de Paris bezel, Dauphine hands, and stick markers. This is a watch with a self-winding movement as opposed to the manual of the white gold here. And it is likewise in 33. It comes likewise in a 33 diameter case, 33 millimeter diameter case. Junior Johnson says that the Franken Nautilus was his least favorite so far. I can see why that would be, Junior. I think this is a Nautilus that I would love in another era. But again, with Nautilus not being one of my favorite designs, and it becoming also hyped up beyond recognition, I just find, I don't know, it just irks me the wrong way every time I see a Nautilus in person or even in photographs. It sends the wrong message to me. No offense. I mean, to any of the wearers of the Nautilus, please enjoy your watch. Don't take me so seriously. Life is short. We all have our tastes and preferences, but I think it's just stopped becoming attractive in any way, and it was already not really my favorite to begin with. Here's another Calatrava. I think again, really a beautiful version of a no date three-hander Calatrava, no crown guards, centrally deployed seconds hand, those classic index markers that are complemented by those drops of graduated seconds and minutes, of course. Again, you have a beautiful monochromatic watch, which you can, as has been done here, kind of maybe heighten up, sublimate into something more elegant by choosing a darker strap, and perhaps make it a little more sportier by choosing something that even puts an exclamation mark, even emphasizes or accentuates that monochromatic look, right? I think this would look gorgeous actually with like a gray strap, gray leather strap. I think it would really pop. And this is one of the watches again that make a case for the patina, because again, everything is beautifully monochromatic except for that yellowish hue that constitutes the patina on the index markers, right? Look at that. Look at that beautiful accent there. And that's something that's designed by nature or the invisible hand, whatever you want to call it. The impronounceable name. It's a beautiful work. The 520 is one of the most perfect watches ever. Mark Cho is not short of any compliments for this watch either. It is more than an upsized version of the 96 and has a very different look due to the changes in its proportions. This watch is almost 36 millimeters, right? 35 and a half or 35 and change. Despite its monochromatic appearance, it is actually rich in subtle shades of champagne due to its age and its white gold composition, as you can see in the picture and as I've drawn attention to at first glance. Junior Johnson also says that he is not a Nautilus fan. Here's another Calatrava. This is a three-liner double signed by Patek Philippe and Black Star and Gorham. It's a 2555. 2555 is all about heft. The screwback case and box crystal gives the watch a pleasant thickness. The hands are oversized. The markers have an unusual rich pattern that add a distinct twinkle. The watch is double signed at 12 o'clock and other seldom seen details. One of my favorite vintage Pateks ever. Every time I put it on, it just felt right. Circa 1955, 2555 in 18 karat yellow gold. Again, in a positively diminutive 31 millimeter case, to the extent that it makes those Dauphine hands as well as the index markers quite outsized for the case, but it is an interesting aesthetic no less, and I'm sure it will perform really well, if only for its double sign nature. Um, for now, there's just a single bid, and I think it has not broken reserve just yet, but there's more than 2 days to go. Next watch is one of my favorite Pateks ever. I am particularly drawn to it also because of the German um, calendar, right? I like that there is that minimalist umlaut there that basically hints at März rather than March, of course, Mai rather than May, and everything, of course, becomes much more obvious in that radio that spells out or that parses out the days of the week. Um, this is, of course, the famous 3940, one of the classic references of the Patek Perpetual Calendar in its 36 millimeter iteration in its 36 millimeter generation. I think it is one of the most beautiful versions. That double stepped case is truly a marvel of design, of classic, of an expression of classic taste, and it offers everything that a perpetual calendar should. Right? You have not only the day, dates, and the month, but also an indicator for the moon phases, the leap year, and furthermore, a 24-hour indicator as well that's launched and sunk right in there within the radial, within the circle of days of the week. A beautiful piece in 18 karat yellow gold, automatic movement, 36 millimeter case from mid 80s. Mark Cho writes, of all the great variations, excuse me, of all the great variations of the 3940, this one is my favorite. Yellow gold, first series, distinguished by its sunken subdials and wide, squat Patek logo typeface. Yeah, it's really a beautiful, beautiful piece. Very well balanced. I think beautifully proportioned. and just a classic, just a classic. Great dress watch. Another beautifully integrated design by Patek Philippe that I think really flows between the texture and design of the bracelet and the dial. This is a Patek Philippe 3566, executed fully in white gold with an integrated bracelet, hand wound movement, which is a caliber 175. And it is, this is what Mark Cho chose to say about it. I imagine this as the most perfect tuxedo watch possible. It's slim, it's compact, and that allows the incredible and eye-catching textures of the piece to stay on the right side of beautiful, but not ostentatious. It is so well preserved that I never had the heart to cut the bracelet to allow my wrist to fit it. It's quite literally in unworn condition. That's really nice because this is one of the small problems with these integrated bracelets, thin Patek Philippe dress watches, whether we are talking about the golden ellipses or pieces like this that have an integrated bracelet in full gold. They need to be cut precisely to the wearer's wrist to fit well. And once you have done that, you know, it's a YOLO moment, right? You are probably ending the possibility of reselling that watch, especially if you have a smaller wrist size like I do, right? It's not advisable unless you are planning to keep the watch for good. Even if you are keeping it as an heirloom piece, you know, who knows if the next generation might not be even larger than you are. At any rate, joking aside, this particular genre of Patek Philippe watches are becoming more and more desirable. But once you cut the bracelet, you kind of commit to it. And perhaps for that reason, in fact, these are the perfect watches to get, wear, and enjoy the hell out of without having to think about investment, resale value, this or that. Just get the watch, wear it, enjoy it, make your memories with it, and it will be a keepsake. It will be an heirloom for that reason, for the force and weight of the memories. Next up is the Patek Philippe Calatrava again, in yellow gold, in 31 millimeter. Very simple and nicely proportioned dial with the stick markers, baton hands, and a centrally deployed seconds hand. Post-war piece from 1946, roughly. A Calatrava 2457. Mark Cho writes, I love all things connecting back to the 96. Its successor, the 2457, is no exception. The slim and clear shape of the hands and markers and the detailed minute track remind me of someone who would take pride in precision. This is, by the way, one of the lovely things that I like about vintage and vintage-inspired watches when it comes to certain hands and indicators, you know, how they are ever so slightly bent at the end to accommodate for the curvatures and design of a domed crystal, for example, or a sunken subdial or subregister of some sort. So you can see that lovely detail here as the centrally deployed seconds hand sinks in to that perimeter of the dial, which is also, of course, the minute track. Another dress watch in 32 millimeters. This is a Vacheron Constantin historique from roughly around the turn of the century, 2000s. Reference number is 31045 in 18 karat yellow gold with a hand-wound movement. Mark Cho writes, I was very drawn to the unusual case of this Vacheron. You see how it's perfectly round with these soldered lugs. It is almost a little Baroque in style because of this combination of a round case with very sharp, pointed lugs and an angular shoulder where the lugs meet the case. It sits quite flat on the wrist, which suits its small diameter well, allowing it to wear a little bigger than you might expect. And a beautiful barley corn kind of design, decoration that is guilloché on the dial. Actually, I mean, I said barley corn, but when you zoom in, it kind of looks like a fan of some sort as well. It's a very unique tapestry, honestly. Beautiful, beautiful decoration on the dial. And I think the Arabic numerals at quarters also add some contrast to what might otherwise be perhaps too somber in terms of the combination of all the different design elements that make it a rather ordinary dress watch if it weren't for those Arabic numbers that add a different kind of visual interest to it, that kind of add a little bit of an intrigue to it. Here are a couple of very gorgeous breguets, and you gotta appreciate them, even if one of them might be a little too small for my taste. All the elements that Mark Cho has described rather well, and that I would also like to add my 2 cents to it. You can see between these two watches a lot of what makes Breguet's modern aesthetic very recognizable and very attractive at the same time. You have the decoration on the back of the case, which is both largely restrained, but also always leave some room for flourish, especially for these sorts of special editions, such as the reference 1775. You have the classic teardrop shaped lugs, the coin-edged caseback, which is a form of fluted decoration, of course. Altogether, on their face, the watches really have this conversion aesthetic, in the sense that they resemble the appearance of a pocket watch converted into a watch to be worn on the wrist, that I find actually quite endearing and appealing and very compelling. It's again, it's a design language that's endlessly imitated, replicated, and executed in high horological watch designs. And you have here one dial with various designs of hand guilloche, various decorations of hand guilloche, and another one that is in grand feu enamel as well. And in both cases, you have Breguet hands, one that matches the material of the case. In the other, the hands are heat blued to actually provide some contrast from that silvered gold dial. But let's read the description about the Breguet 1775, which is the platinum model here. This is a watch that's 36 millimeters in diameter. It has, as I mentioned, Breguet hands and Breguet numbers on a beautiful enamel dial. Very simplistic on one level, but incredibly gorgeous on another one, in this, again, in this expression of beautiful simplicity or simplistic beauty. The numbers look so elegant and like they are handwritten, and they are really a unique expression of Breguet fonts. I want to actually delve into the official description there and read from that a little bit. This was an edition that was made in 225 pieces for the 225th anniversary of Breguet, 36 millimeters in platinum. It has, of course, not only an enamel dial in a platinum case, but also a gorgeous cabochon on the crown. And there is, I want to say, if it is, no, it's not visible, but there is, of course, another element of Breguet design that you would recognize otherwise, which is like a hidden Breguet signature that's here at 12 o'clock, apparently. You can perhaps see it on this watch, but no, not here either. But anyway, let's read about the Breguet Classique, which is smaller but no less beautiful for that, with two very prominent decorations of the hand guilloche execution. an enamel moon phase, hobnail at the center of the dial, this barley corn of sorts in the seconds on the subdial, the small seconds. The layout of the elements of this breguet, Mark says, really catch my eye, with the moon phase at 10 o'clock, the logo at 2 o'clock, and the sub-seconds at 6 o'clock. Combined with the sea of guilloche that the complications float on, I can't help but think of old pocket watches, beautifully miniaturized. That's a very beautiful image, actually, because, again, we usually think of smaller sizes of watches, of wristwatches, as a relic of a past time, but the accomplishment actually at the early advent of wristwatches was making some of those complications wearable on the wrist, right? The Patek 1518 was such an important watch because it squeezed in to that case that was barely 35 millimeters, not only a perpetual calendar, but also a chronograph. And such complication in serial production on a wristwatch was theretofore unseen. So that was an incredible accomplishment, and to squeeze in this way all these complications into a 32 millimeter case that can wear quite elegantly on the wrist because of those extended lugs, I think makes quite a strong case for this 32 millimeter case watch. Next up is actually pocket watch made by Vacheron Constantin. Nice transition from breguet, as it happens, because it has both breguet numbers and breguet hands, seconds on a subdial at 6 o'clock. It is a watch that was personally presented to and engraved for one W.E. Bennett. It's a Vacheron Constantin 4348 made of aluminum because it commemorates Bennett by a Northern Aluminum Company Limited in recognition of long and loyal service. I have to thank Christian Selmoni for bringing this piece to my attention. Mark Cho writes, it's an almost completely aluminum pocket watch with not only the case, dial, and hands, but also most parts of the movement being made in this lightweight metal. In the hand, it's almost ethereal, and you can't help but smile when you handle it. These pocket watches were made by Vacheron for the Northern Aluminum Company as gifts for their most important employees and customers. It's very interesting. It's from mid-50s and 44 millimeters, of course. A very nice size for a pocket watch. And in aluminum, it must be, I think the word that Mark found is great. It must feel ethereal. It must feel almost immaterial, almost non-existent. A beautiful, beautiful piece and very unique. Here's a Baltic by Compax Pulso. As you know, this was a design by Baltic that was produced uniquely for the Rake and Revolution in collaboration between Seiko and of course, Baltic watches from France. It has a wonderfully textured salmon dial, a salmon sector dial, so to speak, that really offers a lot of visual interest from the Grenet center dial to the radial guilloche of the two chronograph registers to finally the uh, circular brushing of the hour and minute track, as well as the Grenet texture of the pulsometer, which is again quite a unique find, quite a unique, if not singular, proposition in a neo vintage watch as well. It is a pulsometer graduated for 30 pulsations, which means um, you engage the chronograph, you count 30 pulses from your patient, and when you stop, the chronograph seconds hand would roughly show the pulse of the patient. So it's a doctor's watch as well. It's a pretty elegant and conservatively sized dress chronograph with wonderfully executed salmon dial. It was a limited edition of 250 pieces, which sold rather quickly as well. And in steel, it's quite wearable and desirable. I know, of course, Seiko still has one. I know Nick Fox has one, and certainly Mark Cho had one. And the owner, the new owner, the winner of lot 8043 will be a very lucky person indeed. I really think it's a gorgeous, gorgeous watch. Quickly, this is what Mark says about it. This is my first Baltic watch, and I really admire what they have done, especially in conjunction with Revolution and the rake. The considered mixture of the dial finishes and the excellent typography and graphic design allows the watch to punch well beyond its weight. Of course, I didn't want to forget, but the watch, of course, has that iconic star logo of the rake at 6 o'clock. That is counterbalanced basically by the brand name Baltic at 12. Hand wounds, caliber ST 1901, which actually is based on, one second, which actually is based on one of the distinguished and well-respected vintage chronograph calibers, the Venus 175. Right, I wrote a little bit about this watch myself on my Instagram because I had spotted it on Nick Fox's wrist in one of the episodes of Fox and Sons, where they where he smokes cigars with his sons and shoots the shit with Max Fox, who is his older son and a master of Havana cigars. It was apparently a special gift by Seiko for the holiday season in 2021. a limited edition of 250 pieces. It was already sold out by the broadcast in 2021. The piece exudes veritable neo-vintage charm with its 36.5 millimeter case, its domed Hesalite crystal, its salmon toned sector dial, its perfectly balanced two-register layouts, and a pulsometer scale. The Baltic Bicompax Pulso is a representation of the mid-century modern through and through, down to its hand-wound Seagull ST-1901 caliber, whose architecture is derived from one of the distinguished chronograph calibers of its time, the Venus 175. This exquisite chronograph has a 50 millimeter depth rating. It was presented on a light brown Italian calf leather strap with contrast stitching and the Applied Star logo of Revolution magazine, which remains mostly hidden unless the chronograph is engaged, serves as the perfect finishing touch. As you can see, of course, we're looking at this watch right now from a certain angle, but if you look at it fully frontal, that logo is largely hidden by the counterweight. And I think that is a very subtle and elegant touch. Another Revolution limited edition next, which is the so-called nuclear option of Bulgari's ultra-thin chronograph in black ceramic case, and as well as the matching integrated bracelets. It has a chronograph GMT with a luminous dial, and it is identified as a Revolution limited edition of 30 on the sapphire lens of the case back. Mark Cho writes, I'm a huge admirer of the Octofinissimo series and the work of its designer Fabrizio Bonamassa Stigliani. It amazes me how he pushes the limits both aesthetically and, in the case of this ultra-thin chronograph, also technically. I was delighted to see the taste of Seiko mixed with the iconic Octo to create this radical design. This is from 2021, a beautiful execution, radical Goth Lord iteration of the Octofinissimo in its chronograph GMT version. Next up is actually one of my favorite watches of all time. This is Chopard chronometer with a sector dial in stainless steel. Qualité Fleurier watch that was made in a 25-piece limited edition, once again, for Seiko's The Rake and Revolution. Chopard LUC Qualité Fleurier Jubilee Revolution Edition. This was earlier this year, 39 millimeter stainless steel. It beats with an LUC 9609L micro rotor caliber with a 22 karat full gold micro rotor as well. Cho writes, I saw another version of this watch on the wrist of Carson Chan, and I was smitten. Sporty and well balanced with an unusual sector dial and without the date window you would normally find with this movement. Another excellent collaboration between Chopard and Seiko and his team. I think it's really beautiful and balanced. By the way, the sector dial itself is luminous in this case, not only the hands and the Arabic numerals, if I'm not mistaken, and that even in the non-luminous lights represents a beautiful aesthetic against the black dial there. I mean, it's really gorgeous watch, and I appreciate again the Qualité Fleurier as an effort of not only chronometric precision, but also of an attention of visual, aesthetic, and technical finishing detail of highest order. And in fact, the joint effort between Chopard and Parmigiani Fleurier, between Carl Friedrich Schäufele and Michel Parmigiani, is so stringent that they don't even have so many watches themselves adhering to that. I think Beauvais also joined it at some point, but the number of models and even the number of watches that were produced to merit this hallmark are rather limited. You also see this beautiful aesthetic of perfectly round case with those soldered lugs that have a very distinctive shoulder. I find this watch quite amazing. Jump on, Meech. I have about an hour left, so I would love to have you on. Eric L says, Bulgari always grabs my attention, referring to the earlier Octofinissimo nuclear option Chrono GMT, but it wears big. Honestly, every time I put it on, I will try it here in New York again. Hopefully, I won't end up getting it because it's just not the right time. But I'm really close to pulling a trigger on an Octofinissimo. I think actually it's a perfectly balanced watch. It does wear quite big, but it also wears so flat and has such a light feeling on your wrist that is almost disproportionate to its visual presence that is so striking, so captivating, so attention grabbing. And I really like that contrast. I really like that cognitive dissonance of a watch that is almost non-existent for you, yet so present for others. It's a very interesting contradiction I would love to explore. So hopefully I will own one soon enough, one day. As we prepare for Big Meech's arrival, y'all feast on this beautiful Daniel Roth chronograph to register, no date, perfect gilt writing on the dial, the classic Roman numerals, again, take on that beautiful Breguet aesthetic by none other than Daniel Roth, who revived it for the contemporary time, collaborating with Michel Parmigiani under the patronage of the Chomet brothers when they owned the rights to the Breguet name in the 70s and 80s. right, I'm back. Whenever you can, Meech, jump on. We have another hour, 50 minutes to an hour. Of course, if someone comes up with a generous super chat or to suggest us another topic or poses a question that merits an extended discussion, I don't want to close off that opportunity, but I'll probably be done by midnight here in in New York. So this is a Daniel Roth chronograph BB, which is platinum 2147. It is a chronograph that is based on the Nouvelle Lemania CH27, as you can see here as well. 2147 PT, hand wound 2-register classic chronograph with that stunning black dial and gilt accents. Mark Cho says, I admire Daniel Roth for his incredible originality in design, with the exception of Roman numeral track, which is classic Breguet. Every element of the design is beautifully idiosyncratic. The lozenge-shaped case, the ellipsocurvex, the double ellipses, is full of detail and has a beautiful, heavy feel in the hand since it's platinum. The logo and reference at the very top and bottom of the dial is unusual but perfectly balanced. Again, Daniel Roth branding, and the number of the caliber, which is, again, another Breguet aesthetic element. You know, Breguet always has spells out the caliber number on the dial as well. The hands are bold and graphic, clearly legible, and well suited to the overall design. Finally, the colors are a seldom seen, delicate mix of charcoal and cream. Right, it's such a shade of cream that I really mistook it for gilt, but it looks really beautiful. All right, the Meech is here. The Meech is here. The Meech.
Hey, what's going on, Lord?
Hey, man, how are you doing?
I don't know. I gotta be honest. I'm tired. Tired.
What happened?
Oh no, it's just a long day of driving. I had to go up to the Twin Cities today,
Nice.
to put a down payment on a watch. So,
Tell me more. When is it coming? First of all, let's keep the suspense for a little bit.
well, they're willing to actually hold on to it, until next year, so January.
Okay, so they already have it for you, and you just preserved it for yourself.
Yeah, so we've been going back and forth here, and I kind of told him, I said, look, I said, I don't want to be a dick and tie you up.
Right.
So I said, here's the deal. I said, why don't you just put it back on the showroom floor, and if somebody buys it, they buy it. And if it's still there towards the end of December, I'll run up there and put down a down payment. And they said, well, here's what we'll do. We'll just take it out of the case. We'll throw it in the safe. If somebody asks for a solid gold piece, we'll present it. He said, I'll give you a call first. And if you want to let it go, by all means, just let us know. And so we kind of struck on that deal. But I thought, just to show a little appreciation and show that I'm serious and not playing cat and mouse with them, I'd run up there and drop a little bit of a down payment with them, and take a look at the watch up close in person.
Very cool. Very cool. Did you already reveal this watch elsewhere?
No, I have not actually.
So let's see if the punters send in a super chat for this exclusive reveal. So long day of driving back and forth for yet another watch. I thought you were retiring from this game, Mitch. You were hanging up the gloves.
I thought so too, but the price for this watch is well, let's take a look here.
Mm.
If we were to quote unquote estimate the savings here, I am probably saving a good 20 grand essentially. Oh, no. I take that back. That's over exaggeration. I'm probably saving a good 10 grand, put it that way.
Nice, nice. So it's an expensive watch. We have already mentioned it's solid gold, so that narrows things down a little bit,
Yes, and
considerably.
to make things more interesting, to make the ends meet, so to speak,
Mm.
the stainless steel Submariner 40 is being cut from the roster to make room.
Ooh, from your
Mm-hmm.
from your roster, you mean?
Yep.
Oh wow. I mean, could you have waited a little longer um, to perhaps keep or
I could
not
take that gamble. I could, but the thing is, though, I've got 3 divers on hand already. Though I mean, I've got the Bluesy, I've got the
Yes.
Master, and I've got the No Date. And I could always rebuy the No Date back again. The Bluesy might be a little bit harder, and the Yacht Master I just can't part with. So, and I overpaid for my Submariner anyways, my No Date. That was like
Mhm.
my third Rolex I ever bought. And I paid like 11.5 for it, which still it's not bad, all things considered. Because I think right now if you were to sell privately, they're holding at about 10 grand.
I mean, you could
And
have
the
you could have paid about 20, like Mike the Snake.
yeah, but his was 41 though, to be fair. But the dealer, I don't know. I'm gonna try and sweet talk him. I think I can. But the dealer is kind of dragging their feet. They want to pitch me at 9,500, which honestly, that's the highest out of everyone. I've talked to a few other dealers and a few other gray market dealers, and they're all pretty adamant at 7.5. One was like the next highest one was 8 grand, but um, yeah, we'll see. Like I said, if anything, I might just rebuy the No Date again at the end of next year, gray market, because shit, by then prices are going to be so stupidly low. Providing this pre-owned certified business goes through. So yeah, we'll see.
I'm just getting a drink of water, and I'm roaming a little more free in this place since it's not my place, and I'm not risking any
As long
permanence.
as long as it's not your place, Lloyd, you're okay with doxing the current residents.
No, I mean, there's no current residents. Um, I won't be. No one is gonna hound them. They're out to get Lord. They're not interested in anyone else.
Mm.
They're coming for my neck. Um, but yes. Um, so I guess we're not getting anywhere. Mitch, you might as well start talking about this new watch which Bruce G already guesses is a new Rolex.
Well, it's not technically new. It would be pre-owned. It's actually older than my sub by 1 year. It's
Certified
2014.
pre-owned. Certified pre-owned. It
Certified pre-owned by Omega.
I love,
Certified pre-owned by Omega.
I'll tell you this, it really reminds me of very tricky resellers as well. I was when I was in the Beverly Hills flagship of Ralph Lauren last time. They had a lot of Rolex in the case, a lot of vintage Rolex in the case, like Zenith movement 5-digit Daytona, a 1675 Pepsi, and a Submariner and a Sea Dweller that I actually showcased on my Instagram. And when I asked the kind salesman, to take a look at the watches, and he obliged me. He told me that they were triple certified.
What does
And
that
I
even mean?
Well, exactly. I said, well, after I take a look at them, you can add my expertise and tell people that they are quadruple certified if you want. But it's really funny because ultimately this is what this was my final judgment on that whole certified pre-owned program. Rolex is basically rubber stamping something that a lot of Rolex authorized dealers already do, and essentially rolling out, starting with Buchera, of course, a program that gives added value and added incentives to the most established authorized dealers in their network to continue in dealing and trafficking new and owned Rolex watches. So,
Yeah, I was curious here. I'm very curious to see what my good friends at Wixon's Jewelers of Minneapolis, Minnesota, guys, check them out for the holiday deals, their holiday bash. Nobody can beat their price. It's very competitive, guys. Wixon's Jewelers of Bloomington, Minneapolis. Check them out at their website. Great inventory. Nobody can beat them, guys. Don't waste your times with chumps like David S.W., Bob's Watches, Theo and Harris. They're a bunch of fakes. They're a bunch of phonies. They don't know what they're doing. They're just garbage watches trying to offload garbage to save their hides. Wixon's Jewelers will take care of you. Anyways, to the point, I'm kind of curious on how dealers who are already selling Rolexes are going to introduce this new certified pre-owned. Like, are they gonna drop prices on Rolexes? Are they gonna increase prices? Um, I wonder how. I am very curious to see how that will work.
well, I think, I'm not saying it's just going to be reserved for corporate dealers of Rolex, right? I'm pretty sure actually it's not going to be just Buchera and Watches of Switzerland and Sadiqi and those sorts of giant dealers that are networks and chains in their own right. Rolex, as you know, has quite interesting standards in how they privilege some of their dealers in terms of their standing, and uh, it isn't something exclusively to do with their size. So I'm sure some authorized dealers will still remain and will be left to do their own thing, and they might try to offer an incentive by cutting down the price. But I think by and large, um, most will try to join this program so that they have an excuse to overprice naked watches, because that seems, at least initially, to be the real impetus of the program. That you have a lot of watches that don't have boxes and papers, but have all the trappings of the certified pre-owned program, from the tag to the papers to everything else. So it seems a way of inflating the prices a little bit rather than killing the gray market, as some have speculated initially, which sounded absurd to me to begin with. I don't think Rolex is ready to do that. I don't think Rolex has the means or the
Of
intent.
course not. Why would you bite the hand that feeds you? Rolex has been openly, Rolex has done everything but openly said, "Hey, we're flipping to the back door." I mean, that there's a little white truck that pulls up to the Rolex factory at 3 a.m. in the morning. Bunch of inventory gets put in there, it's unchecked, and suddenly Bob's
Oh,
watches, David SW has no inventory on
can I,
hand.
can I tell you? Can I tell you a little story? When you said the white truck rolling into the premises in the morning, so I'm staying in this small German town, um, in a motel, right, which is very quaint, very beautiful in its own way. Junior Johnson, good night. Um, and when I checked in, the owner, who was a very nice person, nice in the way a lot of Germans are, without me getting into that. And she was really taking a lot of pride in having um, a butcher on the premises. And I was like, oh yeah, I mean, that's cool, that's very interesting. And I didn't really understand what the big deal was, right? You have a motel, and on the ground floor you have a shop that sells meats. I mean, that's great, that's good for you. I check in. I was very tired from all the hustle and bustle and traveling, so I passed out almost immediately. It must have been like barely 9 p.m. And in the middle of the night, like it must be around 3, 4 a.m. or something, I wake up to these blood curdling screams. I am terrified. I'm thinking someone is getting murdered. And I had a pretty good view of the yard from the window, and I see that a white truck has actually pulled in, and these screams continue, squeals and whatever else. I'm like, what is going on? And then suddenly, and I'm sure as a farmer you already understood what was going on, but the light
I know
bulb
exactly what's going on.
just popped in my head, and I realized they are literally slaughtering pigs right under me. And of course, I am cheap, right? I got the cheapest room, and you figure out why it's the cheapest room in the motel. It's it's the room right above the slaughterhouse. It was beautiful.
Oh, I'm surprised. I don't know. I guess around here, anyways, most butcher shops have a policy that you bring in if you're gonna have something butchered, it's your job to kill it, because they don't want to put up with the hassle. But yeah, oh shit, that's about as fresh as it's gonna get, though, I suppose.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, if that's your thing, again, you do you. I don't eat pork, but I mean, I have never eaten pork, in fact, to put it in this way. It's Jay Gray. It's a story that forever will haunt me. I mean, I think it's funny in hindsight, but I was genuinely terrified. And believe me, I was, it was one of those moments that made me vegan eventually. I didn't turn vegan overnight. I wasn't even vegetarian at that point, but it was one of those moments in my life. I'm like, shit, this literally sounds like they are being killed, which is exactly what it is, of course.
Now I'm curious, Laura. Did you go down for the continental breakfast right after that? I guarantee that breakfast was probably as fresh as it's ever going to be.
I did, and at that time, I think what I did was, again, I wasn't even vegetarian, so I toasted some bread and spread butter on it and ate it quietly in a corner. I was very sad.
They didn't have bacon readily available.
I don't eat bacon, man.
I just would have complained if there's no tray of fresh bacon there. I mean,
they had no. They had cold cuts and all sorts of cheese and whatever else, but I couldn't touch anything other than butter on that table of bread. I mean, especially after that night. I think even if I were eating meats, and even if I were eating specifically pork, I don't think that would have been a breakfast that I would partake of at any rate. But yeah, that's an interesting little memory that I wanted to share, especially with you, because I knew that halfway into the story that you would understand what was going on.
Yeah, I mean those were the days. I mean, we used to have little white cargo vans that would show up around the neighborhood. I always thought it was kind of ironic that most of these little white cargo vans would pull up to farms, and it's like, oh, I got half off of T-bones, steaks that are stupidly low, pork that's stupidly low in price, and
Mm.
it's nothing but leftover cuts. It's mostly shit meat anyways. But I always thought, I don't think they do that anymore. I think that's officially gone out of business, so to speak. But it used to be very popular.
Hmm.
You'd have to kind of beat them away with the stick. They were like, oh, what's that cult that's always knocking on your door? Mormons. There we go. Yeah, they're like Mormons. They're always knocking on your door. Trying to get into your house to spread the word of the Lord.
Nice. Well, I mean, it is what it is, man. It's I guess that is one way of understanding that. Yeah, they are kind of missionaries, huh?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen one of them running around. Yeah, especially with COVID now. But well, I really don't miss them anyways. I don't know. I guess I'm old enough to remember when they used to stand outside the schools with a giant box of Bibles, and you just hand them out to every kid who would just come
Oh,
out.
you mean the Mormons? I was
Yeah.
thinking again back to the white trucks of those
Oh.
butchers, of those traps. Interesting. Man, so
Anyways, I
you
digressed. Anyways,
wanna
to kind of circle all the way back. I mean, funny enough though, Lord, I didn't get up there to actually physically handle the watch.
no,
So
they didn't show it. They didn't
no,
show
I
it.
got up there really late. I got up there, so I took off like around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they closed at 5. So by the time I got up there, they were putting stuff away, the jewelry away, and the watches in the safe. And I dropped the deposit down. I said, "Can I see the watch?" And just as I said that, we both kind of looked in the corner and we seen the lady closing the vault. And he's like, can we open that up again? She's like, well, I just locked it. I'm like, dude, don't worry about it. I'll be back up here another day. But yeah, we'll see.
I mean that's not good. Since you were saying you spent quite a bit of time going back and forth.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I trust him. I've bought in, so like I said, this is my Omega rep, and he's never really done me wrong in the first place. I know his stuff is good, and he's being very patient with me.
Mm.
Truth be told, the only reason I'm not taking it now is I don't really want to dip into my personal funds, and I don't want to dip into the business fund either. So I called my accountant and I said, if I sell some of my oil stock, which would be about 10 grand, and I said, how bad of a position does that put me in? And she damn near almost screamed my ear off, saying, she's like, you're already sitting at $44,000 in taxes, and you've just been blowing on my phone for the last 2 weeks on how to how to drop the taxes. Now you want to take in another 10 grand. So, anyways, I talked to the owner there, and he completely understood. He said, yeah, he's like, no problem. He said, anytime in January, just whenever you're ready, come in and we'll square away the deal.
Yeah, I mean that sounds cool. So let's talk about this watch. Yeah, like what is it that you're getting? I think I know, but I still want to want to reserve the reveal to you.
I'll take a guess. Take a guess, Lord.
It's is it is it referred in is it worn in one of our favorite TV series?
Well, it is part of an iconic TV series. Yes, that's correct.
Is it then the Tony Soprano special?
That,
The
you're very astute. You're very astute.
Rolex Day Date with a champagne dial.
Yes, that is correct. It's
Day
from
Date 36.
yep, it's from 2014.
Mm. But wait, you said You said it's older than you. You're much older than
No, I
that.
said it's older than my sub. It's older by a year.
Older than your sub. I thought you said older than myself. You said I forget. I'm wrong in thinking that. Anyways, you would never buy a watch that is older than you. Maybe later.
No, there's been a couple times where I've really toyed with the idea of buying one from '95
Mhm.
because they weren't overly priced. No, excuse me, they weren't stupidly priced. I mean, the ones from like the '90s are hitting 18, 15 with a bracelet.
Mhm. Um. Yeah. I mean, look, I want to believe you, but even your phrasing is revealing to me. You toyed with the idea. I mean, it's like I don't know. I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it. Let me put it that way.
Well, I guess the only reason I say toy is because they're. I mean, I can't physically see it. Because if I remember right, I think both of them were from Bob's watches. So it's not like it's different, if you will. Like I couldn't see the band stretch. I couldn't see if there was a gap between the bracelet and the actual case. Um, and without physically seeing it, I don't care what it is. I guess I don't. It could be a brand new sub, unless it's quote unquote absolutely new. I probably will be very hesitant, regardless of what it is.
Hmm. Yeah, look, I mean, I respect that, but I feel like I by now I have a pretty good grasp of your taste. Of course, not better than you yourself. Don't take me wrong. Um, but yeah, I feel like it has to be like it would be when the Meech um, reaches out for a neo vintage piece, much less a vintage piece. It will be an earth-shattering or path-breaking event. I look forward to that day, but I don't think it's coming anytime soon, with all due
Well, you got to
respect.
remember, Lord, I've already done it. I've already bought vintage.
What year was that from?
Shit, I can't remember, but it would be. It had
Roughly.
to have been what? Well, it had to have been before the 2000s because it was a whole case Submariner.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're not making a great case for yourself here, Mitch, by not even remembering.
The only reason I no, I don't. The only reason I don't remember it that well is because it didn't have box and didn't have papers, and I only held it for 24 hours.
Man, you modernists, you're crazy. Like, what's this? What? Who hurt you as a child to be so attached to boxes and papers?
Well, to be fair, that would have been my third Rolex.
I thought you were gonna say that would have been my third cousin or something. I was gonna break in
Good
tears.
grief! Good grief! I could extend upon that joke, but people think I'm weird enough, so I'll drop it.
It's okay. Between two of us, there's much weirdness here, so don't worry about it. But yeah, no, please go ahead. What were you
No, I
saying?
mean it was
Only your
before I
third.
actually bought my no date 2015 Submariner. I had bought that ceramic one, pre-ceramic one, excuse me, and I think I drove all the way up to this Twin Cities. I bought it. I paid massively for it. I can't remember what the fuck. I think it was just a little over 10,000. Um, Again, no box, no papers, and I talked to the dealer and said he told me he said, look, he said, if you don't like it, bring it back within 24 hours, and I'll refund your money. I'll even I'll give you back the tax and everything.
Okay.
And I said, all right, fair enough, fair deal. And he sent me on my way, and I wore it for I don't know for the whole day, and I woke up the next morning and I threw it on, and I liked it. I actually did like it, but the fact that I paid $10,000 for it with no box, no papers, it was a naked watch. I couldn't get over that fact,
At
and
that
I
time.
just said correct, and I just said nope, and I made the 2 hour trip all the way back to the Twin Cities, and I said nope, can't do it, and I gave it back to him, and I think was it that same day? No, I think that same day I he refunded me, and then I think before I left, I'd bought my Speedmaster at like 3.4 or something like that, $3,400.
Hmm.
So in reality, I guess you could technically say I traded it in, but I mean, yeah, no, so technically, yeah, I have owned a vintage already.
Well, I mean, look, even if we accept that you remember it correctly, and it was something from late '90s, that's, again, with all due respect, that's at best neo vintage. Which, I mean, again, I have no problem with these categories, right? Contemporary watches are fine. Anything that you can buy from the boutique, or at least order and receive at the end of a reasonable waiting period, I have nothing against it. It's just not for me. But I have a hard time categorizing anything from the '90s, especially if it's Rolex, as vintage. For me, there can be a number of different things. People have very arbitrary thresholds for this. For me, it has to have either tritium on the dial, or acrylic crystal, or both, ideally. So that puts us actually before my birth year, in fact, which is '84. So anything before mid '80s, I think, for Rolex is properly vintage. Anything before 1989 for Patek, for example, is properly vintage, because that's also a kind of a threshold for Patek, since it was their 150th anniversary, and they made a very conscious effort of taking stock of their tradition, what made them so unique, and modernized the whole brand on that basis. And in the same way, you can say for Rolex, anything between '85 to early 2000s is like neo vintage, because you still have tritium on the dial, you still have aluminum bezels, you still have a lot of those elements, like a Holz case, you said, that we associate with vintage Rolex. But you get the white gold surrounds, or matching material surrounds in precious metal watches. You get the you get more and more no holes cases, you get sapphire crystals, you get sturdier bracelets, so on and so forth. And with Patek, again, I think anything between '89 to 2009, roughly, right, when they started transitioning out of the Geneva Seal movements, that's like proper neo vintage, and anything else is modern after that. But again, after all is said and done, these are very subjective, and at the end of the day, very arbitrary. So there's more than one way to skin the cat, so to speak. There's no single rule to establish these things. But late '90s, I mean, probably not vintage. And Thomas says, I think he puts his finger on the right point. You held on to it for about 25 hours. I think that really makes my case more than anything else. Whatever it was, even if it were a '40s watch, that's still, you could suffer it barely for a day.
I don't know. I think I could deal with I could sleep on without having the box. You know what? I don't know. I guess the whole experience was cheap and nasty because he didn't even offer to give me like any type of box, like, or any like travel pouch or anything. He just wrapped it up in saran wrap, but threw it in a Ziploc bag and gave it to me. I was like, oh, okay, well, this is the premium experience. So, anyways, that's whatever. I guess whatever.
And you should come to LA to get your cheap and nasty secondhand watches, man. It's here, at least the established dealers, in San Diego too, are like old time jewelers or people who have these sorts of old world customs. They always serve you something. They're nice. They if you know nothing about watches at all, they will educate you on the watch. Like last time I was at Cherry Creek Watch Company. Alex Greenberg, who leads it now, both in Denver, Colorado, and Beverly Hills, as a family company, with his wife and with his sons as well. He gave this gentleman an entire lecture on the Oyster Perpetual as such when he was getting this OP41 with the green dial. And I thought it was just brilliant. You don't receive that kind of attention and education when you get a Rolex through an authorized dealer. And he had a very fair price on it as well, which, fair enough, it was at a premium still. And I think it's unconscionable when it comes to the Oyster Perpetual, which should be the entry-level Rolex watch, which should be available and accessible to most, rather than
Right.
The overpriced hype watch that at least some dial colors have become. But still, he gave a fair price. He always has room for negotiation, for a little bit of wheeling and dealing, as Archie does, like, wheeling and dealing. There's always room for haggling in the business. And I thought it was just a great scene, and he was treated really well. He was made to feel really good and educated about this purchase. Both his wife and the customer and his wife were really charmed. So it was really nice to see that. And I told the story earlier when I picked up my 5-digit JMT Master 2, 16710. It was from a jeweler in San Diego, and they treated me like a king. I mean, these people were, real old world Persian Jews who served me tea in the traditional way, brought out sweets, gave me an additional Rolex book because they knew that I was a collector, and they just made the whole experience into something meaningful rather than a cheap
Another
and
sale.
transaction. So it's
Right.
I yearn for that. I look for that. And increasingly, a lot of luxury brands don't have time for that because they get their customers a little too easy. So they forgot the aspect of service, the aspect of presentation, the ability to provide a quality moment to your customer, so they savor it, so they remember it, so they want to come back for it. It's really a shame, but thankfully there are others who are custodians of that kind of tradition.
Yeah, correct.
Wixton's jeweler is not like that. Wixton's jewelers, guys.
No, actually, the manager I deal with, he's a very cool guy. Very genuine, and genuine, excuse me. Um, he's I like him. He's definitely, how do I say this? He's a people person. He can definitely make you feel relaxed and welcome. My Omega guy, he's fun though. He's fun. Um, he's just this big, tall, lanky geek, and I mean that in a respectful way because he has the same problem that I do. You know what? And I give him more credit. I give him kudos because he walks around. He's actually I believe he is the sales manager, but he walks around and he wears these 44 millimeter Breitlings, the 44 millimeter special edition Omegas. I mean, they look like fucking dinner plates on his wrist. No, I shit you not. But I asked him about this. Said, doesn't it feel a little awkward, a little uncomfortable? He said, why? He said, it's my money. He's like, I'll blow the money on it if I want to. He said, end of the day, he said, I don't really matter that much. It doesn't really matter to me that much. He said, will I ever buy a Panerai? He said, no, absolutely not. He said, I can't. I'm not comfortable with it. But he said, these Omegas, this Breitling, he said, I love it, man. He said, I love it. He said, I love everything about it horologically. I love everything about it. It brings me joy. It's a conversation starter. He said, more people obviously notice it, especially on my wrist. He said, you suffer the same problem as I do. And he said, end of the day, he said, wear what you like. And then, I think he's a very cool guy.
I
And he knows his shit about watches front and back. And like I said, he's a bit of a geek.
I appreciate that. Honestly, I mean, I've seen a collector who was much older than I am, if you can believe it, and has even more slender wrists, smaller wrists than I do, if you can believe that as well. And he was wearing his Panerai Bronzo, the limited edition from the days of yore. Um, and it was fine. It was fine because he was wearing it with the pride of a collector, right?
Right.
Not thinking like it made him somehow more masculine than he is. Not because he wanted to communicate some kind of secret message. Simply, it will. He liked the case. He liked the design. He liked the unique material at the time. It has become since almost conventional to offer a bronze diver as part of your range. And it looked just fine, if not great, actually, because it was for that occasion. I don't know if it would look the same way on him as a daily driver, but it is what it is. Hey, Nick, welcome to the channel, man. Nice to see you. Yeah, there's certainly room for larger watches, for smaller watches. You just have to be a little thoughtful. That's all. You just have to mind the occasion. You just have to wear it comfortably, with pride and with a certain carelessness. If it fits your style, if you like it, who cares? Who gives a damn about what others think?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But as always, there's an exception to every rule, and of course, a man should not be seen wearing a lady's size 36 mil.
Well, someone in the community just got the call for one. Alan, who is our friend in on the Discord for Aussie's channel. I will just drop the link for Aussie's channel as well. He wasn't around today, but as you guys know, Aussie Expat is a very important contributor to this channel, much like
Yeah, I'd seen he was actually on the dungeon couple minutes ago.
yeah, much like the Meech here.
Nah. I mean, somebody hacked my account. I'd never show up on the dungeon.
Oh no, I mean I mean, Ozzy might be elsewhere now, or has been somewhere else, but much
No,
like you,
I'm just joking.
much like you, he is a regular contributor to this channel. So I wanted to recognize him and send out the link. So if you guys want to support him, in the meantime, hit the like button. We have maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes, no more than 15 minutes for sure, for the show. I will return tomorrow at the same time. Until then, if you want to send in any last minute questions or requests, feel free to super chat. If you want to extend the show a little bit, feel free to put in something somewhat generous. In either case, hit the like button. I really appreciate your support and presence. It does make a difference. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm here talking watches every day, and we'll be coming back with some strong content to finish up the year, as well as 2023. It's gonna be a good year, good time. So, do you remember the reference number? So, what are you getting?
So I don't know. So has Rolex in theory changed reference numbers, or how do I say this? Upgraded the movement from since 2014? Yeah, I suppose, yeah, 2015 would probably be the 5-year mark right there. I mean, has Rolex really done anything different? Because it's still technically, at least in my opinion, it would still technically be a modern Rolex. I don't know if the movement has a has been upgraded or not. But
Let me see. I mean, I think we are talking about essentially what is it? 118. I think 118238, I want to say. I think. And that watch had a 3155 caliber. Let's see what the new one has, because I genuinely haven't. I mean, I'm not going to say I have no idea about the contemporary range in Rolex, but I'm not as good with.
I guess ultimately, what does it matter?
with
I mean,
numbers.
it's still recent within the last 20 years.
Yeah,
Rather last 10 years, excuse me. It's not even 10 years old. It's just barely 10 years old. It'll be coming up 7 years old as we roll into 23. So it's pretty much as not quite as new as you can get, but I wouldn't have to worry about anything as far as service or anything else like that, as I would with a vintage.
yeah. Let's see. Um, Yeah, the movement, I think, is upgraded. This is 3255 now, which, I mean, whatever. It has a longer power reserve, of course, and
Yeah,
that's
that's probably wouldn't surprise me. Probably so the quote unquote old reference would probably I'm just venturing a guess here. It's probably similar to the Yachtmaster previous gen, which was about 71 hours of power reserve, versus now it's probably what 72, 74. So I mean,
well, it's
tomato tomato.
yeah. Then so 31 to 3155 to 3255 was actually transitioned 2015. So your new day date is right before that cut. Which again, I mean, I don't care about these kinds of things. You know me. It's if the watch runs and shows roughly the right time, it's fine. I
Well, that
love.
is still serviceable too. It's not like you're hitting a
I,
cutoff mark where it's like, oh,
I mean,
little parts might be hard
I
to
love
find.
I love chronometer grade watches. Don't take me wrong, but it's really not the focus of my collection. I can certainly reimagine an entire collection just out of chronometer grade and even observatory grade watches. I think that's an amazing genre. I think it's an important achievement within the field of mechanical watches not to rival an atomic clock or even the clock on your stupid microwave where you heat up TV dinners, but ultimately,
so TV dinners. I make delicious TV dinners every night.
but ultimately, it's it's a statement. Precise timekeeping, accuracy. I'm not saying it's not important, but having the previous generation of a movement in a Rolex watch, for me, it's not a deal breaker at all.
I guess the way I look at it is it's price. It's price. I was telling somebody else, he's like, dude, he's like, why? Because he brought up a valid point, in my opinion. He said, dude, if you're going to spend that much money, I'd want it new. And typically I'd agree with him, 100%.
I know that's your prejudice, of course.
Well, no, I said, here's the deal. I said, if we were talking 40 mil, yeah, I would definitely get one brand new. Because it's going to go up in value. Even right now in a down market, day dates are still about I don't know, 8 to 10 grand over par.
Yeah,
but
I mean those days are limited, really. I mean, it's gonna.
Well, look, at the very least, it's probably going to lose 5 grand, right? 5 grand, but it's going to take a while. I feel like.
Yeah.
But I said, when you buy a 36 mil, and as soon as you walk out the door, you lose 8 grand right off the bat. Like it's you don't even get out the door, kind of essentially, and you've already lost 8 grand.
Look, I mean, we were talking just last night actually with the panel. Aussie expat and St. Peter specifically, how great of a deal a day date 36 is in the pre-owned market, right? The further back you go, the better deal you get. And you can still find, yes, like you said, sometimes the bracelet stretch might be unbearable. Sometimes it's not the desirable condition, but the market is so vast and the number of examples so large that you can find a pretty good 4-5 digit Rolex Day Date 36 for a very good price on a full bracelet in great condition, especially if you're looking for yellow gold. The world is your oyster, and it's a great watch. It still presents a wonderful value proposition. And I'm not against the Day Date 40, actually. Don't take me wrong. I think Day Date is, again, watches are presented and designed for particular occasions. They have a significance that is appropriate in that measure. Day Date is a statement watch. It is supposed to be a big, hefty watch. So it's great in the 36 millimeter classic proportions, beautiful dress watch that makes a great statement on that full president bracelet, especially. But it does make sense for it to at least come as an option in 40 millimeters in the 21st century, because it's a different time, right? And the ways of making a statement, the ways you go about for making a statement has changed tremendously. So I think for certain models, certain iterations of the Day Dates, it's just fitting that it's 40 as well. But I prefer the 36 by all means.
I definitely go with the 40, but the lugs are long. I mean, they're fairly long for a 40 mil.
I mean, I agree. I think 36 simply wears better. And I'm not necessarily saying this objectively speaking, but I feel pretty strongly about it when it comes to the watch. But I can see why a 40 would work as well. I mean, when you talk about the olive green dial, for example. When you think of the platinum day date, especially with, in the ice blue dial and fluted bezel, the new fluted bezel configuration. I mean, that's supposed to be a nice chunk of wealth, right? That's what it is. So you have to be. It's not a watch that you can wear in an unostentatious, unobnoxious manner. It's just not. There's a reason. Again, speaking of the Sopranos, Uncle June wears a two-tone Datejust. Tony wears a president, right? The Rolex day date. So it makes a statement even within the lines of that plot, right? He has to outdo his uncle. He has to be larger, bigger, and better than his uncle, and that's why he wears that. The last 4 minutes, guys. So we are closing shop pretty soon. I know I started about 10 minutes late, so I'm running 10 minutes past the midnight here. And Ozzy is here, so we have chock full of content suddenly for the last 4 minutes.
Last 4 minutes.
Yeah, go chop chop.
No, there's not much to do. Maybe installing World of Warcraft a little later. We'll see.
All right. Where did that come about? How?
I realized they released Wrath of the Lich King on Classic, and that's when I got into World of Warcraft like 10 plus years ago. So get some nostalgia moments back in. We'll see.
Bruce G says, okay, Thomas says first, day date is a milestone throwback watch, and they're already back to 12K. It will be even much less soon, especially if we are talking about 4 digits, 1803 in yellow gold. Bruce G says Saad is an expert on those day dates. Absolutely. General Saad is a legend. And Thomas Broadband says, thoughts on the bark finish.
Shit.
We will go. I mean, once I'm back in Los Angeles and get together my books again, because I may have moved already, but now there is the moment of unpacking and settling, so that will take a while. But I will go back to that legendary day dates book that Davide Parmigiani put together, when there are all these wonderful examples. Let me just say this. I mean, day dates used to be through and through Rolex's flagship product. So they reserved some of their most unique dials and finishes and executions to the day date. Let me just say, the bark finish is not one of my favorites among all the things they did. What do you think, Aussie Expat?
It's atrocious.
Okay, all right. Well,
it's just hard to imagine how it doesn't get melted down in all those periods when it was worth less than its melt value.
Well, tell me what you really think. Yeah, I think, I'll say this. I think I could live with a bark finished bezel. It's just too much with also bark finished center links on the president bracelet. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
How is it achieved? Do you get like some type of kitchen utensil and scrape it across it? I think there's certainly not done with normal brushing techniques, just rougher.
I don't know, actually. I mean, it must be probably some sort of electronic hammer kind of technique, because again, it just doesn't justify, in my mind, the kind of attention it has once gotten. I think its moment was in the 70s. Yeah, and I'm kind of looking in the background to other examples, like in white gold, etc. It just it doesn't look good to me in any iteration or in any version. Yeah. Any last thoughts?
This doesn't look like bark finish. This just looks like the worst polish job. Like they just like, we can't polish it. Let's just turn the Jubilee, sorry, the fluted bezel into a bark bezel.
Yeah, it like in this way, it really looks like a badly executed fluted finish. Like in on white gold, especially, it's even worse. Yeah, I again, my mother taught me well, so I'll try to keep my mouth shut when I don't have many nice things to say. Guys,
I think the only thing worse than that would be the gold nugget dated, which was only like, that's very limited numbers. I mean, that looks like a giant gold fucking turd.
This brings
That's a real Rolex, that one you're referring to?
The gold nugget, yeah, apparently there's like a handful of them out there in the world. I think they are very limited edition though, for good reason. I don't know if Rolex actually does the custom orders for celebrities or not, but there's a few. So everyone knows Eminem has one, but there was an actress, and I can't remember her name, but I know she also has one as well. And they're just they're very rare, very few and far between.
All right. We can take this conversation backstage where I tune off and doze off, but it's past midnight here already, and we have run for about 4 hours. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining the panel, Meech and Aussie Expats. Love you guys. Thank you for contributing in the chat as well, Junior Johnson, for your generous contribution via Super Chats. All the familiar faces who have come back and joined the show since I'm on an East Coast schedule. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for showing up and showing your support, showing up and showing out, as one says. So thank you so much. I will see you at the same time tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu. Take care, guys.